All right. I'm going to call the meeting to order and reopen annual town meeting. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It was a lot of work to bring this meeting to a new venue, and we were really very happy to be able to show town meeting members the effect of a key vote that they had. But I want to recognize folks who did an amazing job getting us here. The General Manager's Office, Team Town Clerk, both the town and school IT directors, the superintendent, and special recognition and a huge thank you goes to the NCM team and House Manager, but most of all, the facilities team. The CMS custodians, Chris Folan, Paul Campbell, and team, absolutely amazing, and showed how amazing you were reacting to members' feedback on certain things that folks saw on Monday night and quickly came to the ready to get them set for you here tonight. So thank you guys. You do incredible work. And while we're speaking of the middle school, I hope everyone is seeing why our kids are really loving this building. They are having a fabulous time here and really enjoying all the new wonderful things that they have here. I'd like to ask, while we're recognizing people, I'd like to ask all of those people who have been involved in the middle school building committee to please rise. So please, everybody who has been involved in the middle school building. I also would like to ask the leaders of the Municipal Ballot Question Committee to rise as well. I see you there, Julie. And Mr. Slater, I would like to ask you to go to the podium and honor us by leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. But I'd like to recognize all these people from the middle school. So Mr. Slater, who's the chair of the Middle School Building Committee, if you would honor us with the Pledge of Allegiance. At town meeting, please rise and remain standing for a moment of silent reflection and prayer immediately following the pledge. Mr. Slater.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. All right, again, we're going to be utilizing electronic voting. I know there was a little issue with the devices in the beginning. We have a test question. And the test question is, will we see you on Monday? The voting is now open. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. I think we see our answer. All right, let's make it happen, folks. All right, little change from Monday. We're still going to ask if you want to speak. I will call the registered speakers, of course, first in the order in which they registered. After that, I ask that if you can get yourself to a mic, Please, no cutting in line when you're waiting in the mic line. And if you can't get to a microphone, raise your hand and we will run a mic to you. So again, 2 microphones back there, 1 up front here. And if you can't make it to one of those mics, raise your hand, but please wait to be recognized. And a reminder, only town meeting members can make motions and vote, but anyone can speak if they're recognized. And as a reminder, NCM is running this live, both being broadcast on cable and streamed live. So I want to remind the body one more time, and folks, thank you for your cooperation on Monday night. We're enabled to have a full and open discussion on all these articles, but ask that everyone respects differing viewpoints and that we treat each other with dignity and civility. All right, Mr. Fleming, I think when we last left, we were on Article 6, Motion 8, which, if you're following in your budget books, is Section 3C-53. Mr. Fleming, on the motion.
Yep. Do you want to put this motion up on the screen? All right. The Finance Commission moves that the sum of $67,222,432 be appropriated for education purposes, of which $64,343,510 shall be raised and appropriated, and $2,878,922 shall be transferred from free cash. All sums voted for salaries will be expended in conformance with the official budget of the Finance Commission, unless otherwise voted by the town meeting. All sums voted for new equipment should be expended for items listed in the budgets approved by the Finance Commission and voted by the town meeting.
All right, Mr. Slater, you're seconding. Mr. Fleming on the motion.
Thank you. The Finance Commission voted unanimously to recommend this motion. And as a reminder, under state law, town meeting votes on the bottom line total, not any of the detail.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. All right, Mr. Luff, I believe the school committee and the school department have a brief presentation.
We do, Madam Moderator. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Moderator, members of the committees and members of town meeting. I am pleased to present you tonight with our Norwood Public Schools FY27 budget. First, you'll see on the screen here is actually a QR code, so if you have misplaced or didn't get a chance to get your budget book, by taking a picture of that QR code, it will bring you to our site with the budget book and all the details that are within. So I want to thank Mr. Mannion who put that together for us. Next slide, please. I am pleased to present you tonight with a $67,222,432 budget, which represents a 2.96% increase over our FY26 budget. We took a tremendous amount of time developing this budget, I would say starting in October, but in reality much before that. We did line-by-line reviews of each of our budget cost centers, a review of historical spending patterns with our department chairs, a review of improvement requests for all department chairs and cost center managers to look at consideration for reductions, public cost center reviews with our school committee, budget subcommittees, and our town committees, and multiple conversations and meeting with our town partners to provide you with this budget today. The budget prioritizes some of the amazing programming that we're doing for our students in the Norwood Public Schools, which is aligned to our strategic framework to ensure growth in curriculum areas and instruction, student services, social, emotional, and physical safety, as well as all of the contractual obligations that we have to follow with our 570 or so staff. Next slide, please. I think looking at our enrollment alone, it's important to share this because these numbers before you actually impact the Chapter 70 or the state aid that we get from the state. But it also shows data, as the higher some of these numbers are, the more services are required for students to be able to provide appropriate educations for them. So I'd like you to focus on that first column under October 1st, 2025 and the percentage countage. So these numbers, October 1 counts, are what the state uses a snapshot in time to determine our funding sources for the following fiscal year in Chapter 70 funding. We had 3,491 students as of October 1 of 2025. There is a parentheses there where you see a 3,559. That is because that adds in any out-of-district students that we have that are out-of-district placed due to special education purposes, where we had 68 students. Our English language learners are at 540, or 15.5% of our total population. First language not English, 1,031, or 29.5% of our population. And the low-income category is something that I want to share because that's not something that we control in the schools. Actually, nor is special ed or ELL, but the low income is not determined by the Norwood Public Schools. It's determined by state assistance, and the state actually determines based on family and households and different programs that folks are in what that percentage is. That is 40.3% of our student population is considered low income. Now, each of these individual columns could include multiple students. So this isn't all the students. For example, someone in the low-income category could also be special ed, so I just wanted to share that as well. The high needs category, which is students who require significant services, is a combination of the low-income number, the special education number, and the ELL number. So that's how that is calculated. Again, I share these numbers because with that level of high need, 55.8%, it does warrant additional programming and services for students that wouldn't necessarily be there if we didn't have that population of students. So now I'm asked about funding typically. What do we pay compared to the state? What do we pay per pupil for our kids? And so I want to share that on the next slide with you, please. So as you can see here, and I'll focus on FY24, which is at the bottom right of the per pupil expenditure column, we spent $23,366 per student, which is roughly $202 above the state average. We have been close to the state average, or just above it, since FY17. And as you can see, the state expenditures have gone up in the graph, as have Norwood's as we've gone. The next question that I'm and please know the FY24 number is the most recent number that's calculated by the state based on a year-end report. That new number will come out soon, actually. I'm next asked typically, so how do we compare to our surrounding communities, the Westwoods, the Cantons, the Dedhams, what are Sharons, what do we look like compared to them? You know, what about their special ed populations? Are they as high? Are we spending as much as them? Are we spending less than them? So I wanted to kind of share that with you next on the next slide. So first I'll have you focus on these, on the Norwood number, which I already shared with you, which is the most left column there. You see the 23.5% special education for Norwood, 15.5% ELL, first language non-English, 29.5%, low income, 40.3%, and the high needs, 55.8%. Now I want you to look at all the surrounding communities next to us. And if you look at that low income category, that category that we have no control over, which then warrants the high need category below it, you'll see that almost all the other districts are 25% or less low income. So Norwood doesn't have the same student population as the districts around us. And if you look at the bottom left expenditures category, you'll see that we spend $23,366, and that's about fourth on that list per student, but we spend fourth on that list per student knowing that we have that many more high need students and knowing that we have that many more services to deliver. Next slide, please. This slide is how the state compares us. They put together something called DART districts, the communities they feel that we are more closely aligned with in terms of low income and special ed and high needs. Now, Cambridge is kind of an outlier. I would never compare us to Cambridge for various reasons, but I would like you to share with you there the low income categories. Even there, we're 40.4%, kind of right in the middle of the low income categories. But you can see the students with disabilities, SWD, that's our special education students. Those numbers there are now similar to what the communities that we are compared to from DESE are. ELL numbers are actually at the upper echelon of that. But those, Falmouth, Gloucester, Leominster, Medford, Salem, Stoughton's probably the closest one to us, Westfield, Weymouth, and Woburn are all the district comparisons by the state level. And as you can see, Norwood's kind of in the middle of the pack in spending there. Again, we're not spending $39,212 like Cambridge is. We're going to put that one off to the side, but you'll see we're there. So this is where we are in terms of the state. And I just wanted to share that information with you because this is the student population that our staff is hard at work making sure they service. Next slide, please. So the highlights of this budget is, of the $67,222,432 is a 2.96% increase, or an increase of $1.93 million roughly. That is a 5.3% increase in payroll, so those are contractual obligations that we have no choice over. Those are contracts, 3 years, 4 years, whatnot. But it does include a 7.5 decrease in non-payroll expenses, and I'll share what those are as we move forward. It includes a level service continuation of all of our NPS programming, so level service, not just level funding, but to provide the similar same services as we're providing right now to our kids. It includes all of our contractual increases for next year. That's our third year of our teacher contract, our second year of our paraprofessional contract, our first year of administrative assistant contract, and any increases that we require for our non-represented staff. So those are all contracts for next year. The level of service continuation of all programs, the career pathway programs such as health and business, continuation of what we put into place for Coakley to open this beautiful building last year. K through 4 redistricting, we are moving more than 250 students across town, and we have to make sure the libraries are set, the furniture is set, supplies are set, and we have all those things in place. It also includes the use of the $350,000 in Medicaid funding, Mass Health funding that you so graciously approved on Monday evening. It does not include anymore the Special Ed Reserve Fund that we had budgeted in there. We had about $550 in the previous years. We removed that entirely, as we told you that we would do at Springtown meeting. That reserve fund, which is a break glass if needed fund, sits at $1.581 million and remains there in case of emergency. Next slide, please. So some modifications and additions we did within this budget. We did add an additional bus for overcrowding buses coming to the Coakley. Many more families engaged in busing this year, so that was an increase. We added additional health and business pathways for our pathway programs. We did, by doing that, reduce an online program that was being used to have these students do their learning. That in our healthcare pathway program, we have 100 students right now. We have an additional 40 students that are actually as ninth graders coming in next year to take that program, and we have about 50 business pathway students. So those programs are actually great. Kids are stepping into it, and we wanted to make sure they have instructors to actually provide that service. An additional middle school adjustment council that was made through transfers, and also a recommendation of the student service audit that you had approved, I want to say 2 years back. An additional kindergarten paraprofessional to address the kindergarten classroom due to the redistricting. And we do have an elementary teacher and paraprofessional kind of held in abeyance because we don't know what the enrollment will totally look like when kindergarten registration is complete as it goes on through the summer. We have added professional development funds in here because we are refreshing our English language arts curriculum, K through 4, as well as our 5th through 12th grade math curriculum. We have already budgeted monies for each FY26 and FY27 for that curriculum refresh, and $81,000 is for PD, so we can actually spend that money for the curriculum wisely and ensure we're implementing with fidelity. Next slide, please. We've also made some significant modifications.
Excuse me, Superintendent, do you need more time?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
How much do you need?
Less than 5 minutes, Madam Chair.
All right, can I get a motion, Mr. Connolly, motion for five more minutes? Can I have a second? All right, Mr. Brian. All right, Mr. McFarland, I'll take Mr. McFarland. You seem disappointed. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So in this budget, we also have modifications and reductions. We took very seriously the look at the budget, and we reduced out-of-district tuitions at $1.1 million. That is varied. We are ensuring that our students who are leaving the district have the opportunity to come back to the district, and we have protocols and procedures in place for that, as well as a few high-need students who have aged out. We reduced 2 vacant positions that were at the high school. We reduced staff technology through the purchase of this through the CMS project. That will come back next year. I will share that. Right, we were able to buy staff technology this year for that. We increased across the board 2% fee increases for all activities. Due to the redistricting, we have a fee revenue increase there because many students, or most students at the elementary level, are now going to be fewer than 2 miles from their elementary school, and they're not eligible for free transportation anymore. We reduced a district-wide, district-level position for the ELE director. We did add a department chair stipend to kind of accommodate that, to make sure that we were doing the evaluations and ensure curriculum is appropriate. We made reductions in our central office administrative assistant pool, and we reduced the manager of TV and video services. We love you, Jack, and we're sorry you're retiring. We did add $50,000 in stipends back to make sure we're supporting the things that happen in these communities, in these buildings. Next page, please. Again, our staff is 570.9 staff members, which is approximately a 1 FTE increase from 26. We do have 44 additional staff funded through grants like special education and Title I and Mass Health reimbursements. We do receive about $2.6 million in federal funds that we are feeling incredibly confident about in FY27. We will have to revisit that in FY28. And as part of this process, I think it's important to note that we reviewed and considered possible reductions to address the amount of free cash that's being used by the schools. Those potential reductions, which are not being recommended for 27, but we did discuss, consider, and have lots of conversations about it, total more than $3.5 million. If you would like to review those, they are on page 6 to 7 of your budget book. Those are things that we will continue to consider as we move on and we look at structural deficits. Next page, please. This is just a quick outline of the FTEs that we have. As you can see, this is actually staffing, 1.0 FTE increase, and a $1.93 million total increase for 2.96% total. And the next slide is our base salary increases. And as you can see, salary increases 4.3.1%, added district tuition reduction to 1.1, $180,000 of other increases for supplies, professional development, for a final increase of $1.93,315,000 or 2.96%. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Superintendent. All right, we have one registered speaker, Ms. Mankiewicz. I believe you registered on this. Can you get to a microphone, please? And Max, I don't think my speaker is working, so.
I have 8 questions. Ann Makowitz, District 7. I have 8 questions related to the budget as presented in here. Okay. For those of you out there, this was on the table the first night. I don't know if there are any more there. Okay. All righty. Oh, boy. Okay, starting sort of page for page. This starts on page 28 of this booklet, the second section from the top. Okay, it says $41K this year for administration, substitutes, overtime, peak load, 150% increase. I don't understand that.
Superintendent, do you want to take that?
Okay.
28.
It's on page 28, the second section from the bottom. It says admin, sub, overtime, peak load.
Yep.
I gotta get my glasses on here.
So this is our substitute line. Yeah, so one of our substitute lines, as you can see there, in FY25, we actually spent $41,000. The budget was, was $10,000. So whenever we look at our lines and spending for substitutes, for example, we will align the budget to ensure that we have funding in that line to.
So what does the 150% increase mean?
That's $10,000 to $41,202.
Okay, and that's justifiable?
When you have,
150% increase?
when you have substitutes and you want to make sure they're in the appropriate line, yes, they are.
Ms. Mankiewicz, can you please address your questions through me
Oh, I'm
and not
sorry.
directly to the superintendent? Thank you.
Okay. Madam Moderator, page 29, top section, Prescott Leadership Supplies, 53%. What is this?
Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, so in the past, it was kind of willy-nilly how we allowed per pupil expenditures for supplies at each school. What we have done is we've equalized each school, so the principals now have a set amount of money based on the students, number of students they have in their schools, which has changed for next year. So now that is aligned with all other schools, so that one increased, as Prescott at that point was spending fewer per pupil than the other schools. So now they have the amount of money to spend similar to other schools based on the number of students they have individually.
Madam Moderator, Superintendent Love, what is Prescott Leadership?
Superintendent?
Prescott Leadership is our principal of our elementary and the supplies that they have control over for their students in the school.
Is there a follow-up, Ms. Mankiewicz?
No. Next question, Madam Moderator, page 30, top section, Special Services Music, 115% increase. What is Special Services Music?
Superintendent?
Just looking for it.
Again, this is top of page 30.
I'm looking at multiple special services and music, so I'm just trying to figure out, do you have one question about an individual one or all of them?
In that section at the top, Madam Moderator, it's the bottom line of the first section. And if you look over, it's 115% increase.
You can answer it, Mr. Mannion.
So the basic question, Madam Moderator, is what is Special Services Music?
Hi, I'm Sean Mannion. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Finance. So the Special Services Music are the music teachers at that school. And you're looking at a difference between budget and from one year to the next. And it may be that there was a leave of absence or something in that line for FY26 because we've adjusted the budget. You can see the FY26 adjusted budget is $60,490. There's often savings in a school district due to leaves, or perhaps there's a vacancy in an account, so you save in that current year, but then when you budget for the next year, you need to budget for those full FTEs. So you can see with the 1.7 FTEs, it hasn't changed, and we're budgeting 130,000, so that's the correct amount. But there's lots of ups and downs between the salary accounts, but sum total, the ups and downs balance each other out.
Thank you. Madam Moderator, again, page 30, what is a short-term substitute teacher?
I think Superintendent Love can take that one.
Sure, a short-term substitute is a daily sub.
It's
Somebody
the
that comes in.
daily subs. Thank you. One question that goes as an add-on, Madam Moderator, to substitute teachers. I noticed that there's a stipend for each of the 3 schools for administration of substitute. I'm assuming that's the call program, yes or no?
That is, sorry.
Go ahead.
That is our call program. We have 3 stipends to call substitutes in the morning to come in.
Okay, as a comment, Madam Moderator, in all the other schools that I substitute teach in, this is a required job of an administrative secretary in the office. Why is this not being done here, and we are paying extra money for it?
Superintendent?
Sure. So we have 3 substitute callers, 1 for each level, and when they have to be up at 4 or 5 in the morning to coordinate subs, and it's not during their school day when they're required to be in to work for the full day, we give them an extra amount of money for that.
Ms. Mankiewicz, do you need more time? You're
Yes.
over your
Yes,
5 minutes.
please, Madam Moderator.
How much time do you
5 to 10 more minutes. I've got about 5 or 6 more items to go through.
Mr. Hearn, are you making a motion for how much we would cut it in the middle, 7 minutes? All right, so Mr. Hearn is making a motion for 10 minutes. Do I have a second? Okay, Mr. Shea, seconding. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. I think you've got defeated on that one. Shall we try for 5 minutes, Mr. Hearn? Would you like to amend your motion to 5? All right, 5. Mr. Shea, are you going to second that? All right. All in favor of 5 more minutes for Ms. Mankiewicz, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. All right. Ms. Mankiewicz, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I want to repeat what I just said. The admins that I have worked with, they do get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and they're just the administrative assistant in the building. So we do something different and pay more for it.
Yes, we do.
Okay. All righty. Page 33. Okay. Special needs instructional supplies. What kind of instructional supplies require a 138% increase, Madam Moderator?
Superintendent Love?
Yeah, so the line that we're referring to went up from $1,500 to $3,575 for a total increase of $2,075. And depending on the school program and our supplies for special education, whether that be specific curriculum required by an individualized education plan by law and or some kind of adaptive equipment, it could be anything along those lines.
Thank you. Okay. Page 34, Madam Moderator. The section on general supplies for the elementary schools. What are these supplies? There's no line item delineating what they are.
What line are you looking at, Ms. Makowitz?
Hold on a sec.
How much?
It is halfway down where it goes across. It's the section just above. I would have used numbers, but the numbers don't seem to be individual numbers. Okay. It's for each of the schools, basically, supplies.
Superintendent Love?
So I assume we're looking at the 7th, kind of the 7th block down, the school general supplies that are budgeted
Yeah.
at two.
Yes, sir.
Okay, about 11,000. Those are general supplies for the school.
Which consists of what, please, Madam Moderator?
I think everything that you can see in a classroom when you walk in.
Thank you. Okay, page 35. Do we get reimbursed for MCAS? The testing materials, et cetera, Madam Moderator?
Superintendent?
I really wish that we did. We just had an incredible number of students take MCAS over the past 3-4 weeks. But no, to my knowledge, we do not get reimbursed for MCAS.
Ms.
A requirement.
Makowitz, I'm just letting you know you have 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Page 38. What is a school equipment REP under maintenance of equipment? Is that repair and replace or just repair?
That is repair and replace.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I think that covers everything. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mankiewicz. Anyone else on the school budget? I don't see anyone else standing, so I am going to, let's put it to a vote. This is for education, again, as Mr. Fleming said. This is a bottom line vote. Town meeting only has only votes on the bottom line, in this case, $67,222,432 to fund education. Let's open the vote. Ten seconds. Close the vote. Motion passes 151 to 23 and 2 extensions. All right, Mr. Fleming, Article 6, Motion 9, Water and Sewer Fund Infrastructure.
The Finance Commission moves that the sum of $24,219,516 be raised by water and sewer rates and appropriated for the purposes indicated. All sums voted for salaries are to be expended in conformance with the official budget of the Finance Commission unless otherwise voted by the town meeting. All sums voted for new equipment shall be expended for items listed in the budgets approved by the Finance Commission and voted by the town meeting. As displayed in the budget book, restrictions by salaries totals, operating expenses totals, and capital expenses totals are explicitly incorporated into this vote, and the details are on the next slide.
All right. Mr. Slater, you're seconding. On the motion, Mr. Fleming.
Can we just go to the next slide just to show the details? Thank you. The Finance Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of this motion.
All right. Water and Sewer Fund. All right, seeing no one, let's put this to a vote. This is $24,219,516. Majority vote. We'll open the vote. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. The motion passes 154 to 19 and one abstention. All right, we have finished the budget. So that takes us to Article 7. Mr. Fleming with the motion.
Finance Commission moves to see that the sum of $1,800,000 be appropriated to supplement public safety staffing contingent upon the passage of a Proposition 2.5 referendum question pursuant to general laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C, subsection G, and further, that the funds be appropriated to the following lines as listed on the screen.
Whoop. Okay, thank you.
Oops.
Hold on a second.
Beautiful picture. I'm just waiting for the automatic update to go.
I guess this is putting everybody in the Zen mood. All right, Mr. Slater, you're seconding. Mr. Fleming on the motion.
Finance Commission voted unanimously to support this motion.
All right. And Mr. Mizuko, I believe you wanted to speak on this. You have a couple of slides.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Through you to the body. I draw everyone's attention to the Public Safety Override Information document that was sent out to town meeting members, and we have had copies available on the table. I'm going to briefly walk us through this, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone has, and certainly Chief Padden and Chief Bailey are here to answer any questions as well. First and foremost, just an overview of what this article would do. This adds public safety staffing, 13 firefighters and 5 police officers to meet service demands in compliance with national standards, particularly NFPA 1710 for fire service. The short answer as to why it's needed: police and fire call volume is up substantially over a sustained period of time. Responses are more complex than ever, and we are below national standards and guidelines for police and fire staffing. The total cost is $1.8 million to cover 13 firefighters and 5 police officers. The staffing and financial projections for these 18 positions show sustainability at this amount over a 5-year period. This will not relieve nor add to structural deficit concerns. Financial projections still demonstrate a need for a town-wide operational override in the next 2 to 3 years. The average tax impact to a single-family homeowner will be about $115 per year, or around $9.60 a month. Similar to the last operational override that we did, the Board of Selectmen have come up with a commitment. The next operational override, which we know will take place in 2 to 3 years, will not include net increases to general government spending. We are prioritizing public safety staffing and making sure that that stays our priority. If a future override does fail, public safety staffing will be reduced consistent with across-the-board budget cuts that would come as a result of that. The town is committed to achieving and maintaining NFPA 1710 and FBI national standards for staffing levels and will not add net general government positions if police and fire staffing are below these standards. And unspent money in the public safety police and fire budgets after year one, which will become free cash to either reduce future years' costs or delay future override needs or deposit it into the pension fund to reduce long-term liabilities. I'll skip through the letters here. We spoke about call volume. I think this line, just going back to 2020, shows the call volume. We have our police staffing going back to 1975, and you should show flat staffing going back to 1975, and call volume continuing to increase year over year. If you go back 5 and 10 and 15 and 20 years prior to 2020, call volumes were significantly lower. The same thing is visible with police calls. Call volume has continued to increase over more than a decade period, and that's important to know that the main driver of this is increased police and fire call volume over a lengthy, sustained period of time. We don't jump in with simply we had more calls in one year than the next and look to add staff. We wait to make sure that this trend is the new norm, and it has become the new norm. When you compare our call volume to similar communities, we are at or above similar communities based on size and based on call volume. And you'll notice with some of the specifics here for the police department that the work that the police department is doing is out there. They are not simply responding to calls. They are making arrests. They are going to citations. They are busy with that call volume. The same thing is on the fire volume. If you look at our total call volume and our total EMS runs, we are at or above larger communities in some cases, communities significantly larger than us. We also looked at wages to make sure that our wages weren't above or below other comparable communities. And when you look at the average wages for a police officer or firefighter in Norwood, they come in line with other communities. So we're not spending more per capita on our police and firefighters than any other communities. We're spending about what everyone else is spending. We briefly referenced NFPA 1710, and Chief Bailey's here to answer any specific questions on that. It is a national safety and staffing benchmark for career fire departments. Fire staffing is inherently more complex than police staffing. You have a little bit more flexibility on the police side to move officers around. On the fire side, you need a certain number of people to man a truck, and you need a certain number of people in an ambulance. So there's, by its nature, a little bit less staffing there. It's important to note that courts, insurers, and accreditation bodies use this standard when looking at whether or not a town is providing an adequate fire safe staffing. We've discussed that this would bring our fire department up to 18 personnel on scene, which is the goal to make us compliant with NFPA 1710 when we have a full staff on duty. Just a similar document showing police staffing over time has not fundamentally changed over the years. There was an ad several years ago when we regionalized dispatch, but that's not putting more officers on the road. When you compare to the FBI Uniform Crime Statistics Standards, we are below where those would be. The target head count is 74. We're at 65. We would be comfortable going to 70 and looking at addressing those additional numbers going down the road. The first phase of this, which the override covers, would add 3 supervisors, an additional detective to serve as a task force officer, and additional patrol to bring our midnight staffing up to 7. Our midnight staffing over the last 10 or 15 years has decreased as the police department has added more administrative responsibilities, and we have less individuals out there on patrol. As I mentioned earlier, police staffing is very flexible in that you can move folks off patrol to focus on specific areas, but the problem is you're taking people off patrol. There's nobody there replacing them. This is the total allocation of the $1.8 million, and again, the average tax impact to an average home in Norwood assessed at $719,000. If your home is a little bit below or above that, this is the average annual tax impact you will see, dropping down to about $88 a year for a home valued at $550,000. If you are fortunate enough to have a home valued at $1.2 million, you'll pay a little bit more at about $200 a year. These are the 5-year revenue and cost projections going out through FY31, showing that there'll be money left in the budget each year, that the amount that we're raising is sustainable, consistent with what we need to make sure that we can fund these positions over a 5-year period. We've broken down the salaries and benefits and the net costs, and again, showing that the numbers are working out over a 5-year period. We do know that down the road there's another operational override coming. That being said, this number will allow us to permanently increase this staff level over the next 5 years. We've conducted, you'd have to click on the link there, a 5-year financial forecast looking at 2 models. One is free cash for staffing, 2 would be an override now, or both models we've looked at. Going with the tax override now, which nobody likes to raise taxes. It's a permanent change in the tax base to permanently fund a change in the level of service that we provide. If we were to use free cash now to do this, it would deplete that one-time resource for a level services budget. It accelerates that override timeline by at least a year. So if we were to use free cash to fund this, we would definitely be looking at override next year, whereas we know we can not have to deal with that until FY29. Maybe we could go out even 3 years. Also increases the likelihood of a larger override sooner. If we go through an override now, a larger override will not be needed until FY29. It allows for 2 additional years of new growth to hit the levy. And ongoing commercial development does remain robust, which will continue to help how much money we need to use offsetting the tax base. That scenario analysis, which is included in this, shows both scenarios built out over a 5-year process. Since the board began meeting formally in this in December, we had a staffing study that came to town meeting probably about 18 months ago that was finalized. The board has met a number of times on this. The Finance Commission has met a number of times on this. We've had our town meeting information sessions. Local 1631 has conducted several information sessions, and Chief Bailey and Chief Padden have conducted several information sessions open and marketed to the public, both at the station, at the senior center, and at the library. We've also had some interviews on public access going into detail about the need and the structure of this. I won't go through the frequently asked questions in detail. They are part of the document. I will pause here, Madam Moderator, and we're happy to take any questions anyone has.
We first have some registered speakers, Mr. Mizuko, so we were going to go to them first. So, Mr. Kenichi, you're up first. Mr. Ronco, if you can be on deck. And then Mr. Alfanos and Mr. Nardelli, if you can get to the mics as well. Mr. Kenichi.
Hi, I'm Steve Kenichi from District 4. Thank you, Madam Moderator. First of all, I want to thank the Norwood Police Department and Fire Departments for their work and dedication. Public safety deserves strong support, but we shouldn't be funding our departments separately. We're all in this together, and it seems to me the town is telling public safety, sorry, chiefs, you're on your own. The town has forced us into this override situation. Residents are being made to feel like opposing the override means opposing public safety, and that's simply not fair. I have no issue at all with the need. I think the need is there. I just don't like the way it's being done. We need priorities, discipline, and a budget grounded in what taxpayers can realistically afford. At some point, enough is enough. It's time to rein in spending and make some tough calls. Here's a prime example. Last fall, town leadership unanimously recommended spending $9 million to purchase Kofsky Farm and other properties we don't need, against FinCom's recommendations. 2 weeks ago, the Norwood Record reported that town is forming a committee to figure out what to do with this property. Now town leadership is unanimously recommending we pass an override rather than addressing our budget issues and making tough decisions to attain a profitable, positive structural balance. Norwood has a spending problem, not an income problem. I haven't seen any effort being made to reduce spending. Quite the contrary, it's still full speed ahead. We need to send the town a message that we need to stop this downward slide. The override, as Mr. Mizuko pointed out, will not resolve our structural deficit. It will only pay for the increases in personnel. Town leadership has already warned us of another override just a few moments ago. Next year, the foreseeable future will be facing the same budget crisis every year until this is resolved. In a few years, we'll be getting $10,000 tax bills. My question, Madam Moderator, is what concrete steps have been taken and how have town departments been instructed to reduce spending and move the town's finances to a sustainable level?
All right, so I will direct that in a second, but I do want to remind the body that what we're talking about is not having an override. Override is a funding mechanism. Town meeting is voting on increasing is the appropriation to supplement public safety. So I will, Mr. Mizuko, do you want that, or do you want Mr. O'Neill to take that?
No, I'll take that, Madam Moderator. Thank you. So a couple points of information through you, Madam Moderator, to the body. There is no town in Massachusetts that is structurally balanced. There is no way in the current inflationary environment to have a structurally balanced budget unless you want an inordinate amount of new growth, which if you think the community's character is changing now, the type of new growth we would need to see would permanently and fundamentally change how the town of Norwood looks. No town is structurally balanced. New growth is what drives and allows towns to be balanced, and in towns with a lot of open space and a lot of space that they can redevelop in or develop new, you can put in large subdivisions, and that growth fuels towns. Prop 2.5 is not a bad law, it just does not work in the current environment. To be clear, I don't know that we'll ever truly reach structural balance because no town does. It's just not something that's feasible. In terms of reducing and cutting expenses, we are down 2 positions in general government this year that we've decided not to fill. We're going to continue to do that. 2 doesn't sound like a lot against 18, but we're reducing positions where we can and we're not filling positions where we can. Last year we were down, I believe, 1.5 positions. So year after year we look at open positions and we are downsizing general government in the town of Norwood. You don't see it, you don't feel like it, you don't feel it necessarily because even if we cut 10 or 20 positions, don't think that would resolve the structural balance whatsoever. We'd have a good, easy year, 1 year, we'd be right in the same spot. But we are continuing to cut staff. You can feel free to ask any department heads in the town. They're told to submit budgets that are flat with contractual increases only, and we'll look strategically if there's an area we need to improve. But other than aligning with current expenses, we come in flat or budgets attempt to come in down. That's the budget goal every single year. We don't start off a budget process asking what would you like and what do you think you really need for your department. It's what can get you through the next year. I would love to present a budget to this body that showed what departments really wanted and what they really felt like they needed for their budgets to run their departments. You would see a number 10 or 20 or 30 or 40% higher that's there. We simply don't even go through that exercise generally because it's not realistic. It is spend the least amount you need to get your department through. So we've been reducing staff consistently. We're going to continue to do that where we have openings to continue to cut our personnel costs, which is the main driver in our budget.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mizuko. And again, what we are talking about, what this article is talking about, is an appropriation for public safety. Thank you, Mr. Konechi. Mr. Ronco.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Paul Ronco. I've been a firefighter here in Norwood for the last almost 31 years. Recently retired about a month ago. I just wanted to bring some perspective to this article from a firefighter's perspective, I should say. Back in 1995, when I was hired, we had 60 firefighters, 15 firefighters on a group. We did about 3,500 emergency calls that year. As of last year, 2025, we had over 7,200 runs with the same 60 firefighters, 15 a shift. This actually goes back to 1975. We've still had the same number, 60 firefighters, for the last 50 years. A lot has changed in my career. We've added an additional ambulance, which takes away from the fire suppression side. I believe that was back in 2005 when we added a second ALS ambulance. But a lot of things have changed. Underwriters Laboratory has done research on fire over the last 40 years. 40 years ago, when your smoke detector alarmed in your home, you had 17 minutes to get out. Today, you have less than 3 minutes, and that's because of all the synthetic materials and chemicals that are being put into our furnishings, and it's just made our job extremely difficult, especially with the numbers that we're at right now. So the 1710, the standard that we're also talking about, for a single-family dwelling without a basement, NFPA has determined that you need at least 16 to 17 firefighters showing up within 8 minutes. Right now, if we have a full complement, we have 15 firefighters on shift. But that does not include the 2 ambulances that could be out of town. The last 2 out of the last 3 fires that we've had here in Norwood, both ambulances were tied up either in Needham or in Boston with transports, dropping our numbers of firefighters that showed up to these fires anywhere from 10 to 11 anywhere from 6 to 7 less than what the NFPA is, expects. And also, with the amount of call volume that we've had over the last couple of years, there's so many concurrent calls that we might have an engine tied up on 95 or a ladders in North Attleboro or whatever it is, leaving, again, cutting down on the staffing that we have in-house. I just remember that over the last 6 months, there were 2 times that we got called for house fires with our second engine, Engine 5, with 2 firefighters on it showing up by itself. It's just it's not feasible. You can't continue going down this route. There were a couple other questions that were brought up. Why this hasn't been addressed. Well, it has been addressed. Back in, I believe it was 2011, there was a study done which was basically on the budget, which in theory was also about manning. And back in 2011, the study came back to add a couple firefighters. However, the town multiple times had mentioned that it's cheaper to pay overtime than it is to hire firefighters. And to no fault to anyone, it just didn't work. And it's basically because of our call volume. It's going through the roof. So we're kind of, here's where we're at right now. Also in the study, and I don't know if it was mentioned, but in 2029, the person that did the study projects our call volume to be up over 9,000 runs. We don't have 2 years or 3 years to wait on this override that's coming 2 to 3 years down the road. This needs to be addressed immediately. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Ronco. Mr. Afanos.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Gregor Fanos, District 9. In reference to the standard that's been referenced, how many towns in the state of Massachusetts meet that standard?
Who's going to take that? Here we go. Chief Bailey's here. Lisa, could you put the motion up? Thank you.
Good evening, Tim Bailey, Fire Chief. Most of the towns that comply with this are the bigger city departments.
Right. According to the website is that there's no actual towns that meet these standards at the moment in the state of Mass. It's only a couple of cities.
That is correct.
Okay.
Is there a follow-up, Mr. Afanos?
There is a follow-up. So I guess in references, so why not do this in steps? Instead of doing 13, do 5 now, and then do 5 again, instead of doing 13 all at once.
Chief Bailey?
The 13 was derived as a result of the study, and that's what we proceeded with, was what was recommended by the study to move forward with. The study was done with what they thought was the best approach for us at this point in time. I can tell you that hiring that amount of people is going to take time, but it will not be able to all be done overnight. It'll be staggered a little bit, but that is the number that we do need.
Right. We would be the first town in Massachusetts to achieve that.
We'd be one of the few.
Yep. So.
Not the only one.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Madam Moderator, I do have another question in reference to. Well, that's okay. I'm going to pass. I'll pass it on.
Okay.
I'll pass it on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Afanos. Mr. Nardelli?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mark Tank Nardelli, District 7. I was reprimanded by the police chief to say my real name. I do have one question through you, Madam Moderator, and it's I'd just like to get clarification why we're discussing this override if the ballots are being mailed out to residents for the June election. even if this override article vote doesn't pass tonight. I'd like an explanation on that, how we can even talk about it now, if it's gonna,
Yeah, do we want, all right, we'll have I know the answer, but we'll let Mr. Mizuko do that. And again, June, we're not talking about an override. We're talking about an appropriation. So let me remind the body of that. Mr. Mizuko.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. You actually just answered it. Town meeting does not approve or not approve overrides. Town meeting approves a appropriation. This is an appropriation request. It is contingent on a ballot vote. This is the standard practice for the last override we did and in many towns. But town meeting doesn't say yes or no to the override. Town meeting says we either appropriate this money or we do not want to appropriate this money.
Is there a follow-up, Mr. Nardelli?
no. I do have a comment, though, if I could, please, on this article. Over the last 4 years, FinCom has repeatedly warned the town administrators and town meeting in several newspaper articles that we must slow down on the spending. We will be forced on to have an override. Today is our day of reckoning. Sadly, it's at the expense of our first line of defense, our police and fire departments, the very ones that keep this town safe. The day FinCom warned us about is here. The town administrators choose to ignore these warnings is here. The day we may have to pay for these shortfalls is here. Even though minimizing the monthly amount to taxpayers, there are struggling families, elderly residents on fixed incomes, and single parents that this small fee will be sent them over the edge. The police and fire department should have not suffered for town shortfall despite not acting on its own warnings over the years. FinCom consistently voted to support these spending habits and expect for these years override vote that I had one upset, and they voted for the override and one abstention. They should find a way to fund these expenses without having to do an override. The needs of the police and fire should always be made the priority, just as they make our safety their priority. Madam Moderator, I would like to amend the motion to reduce the amount of firefighters from 13 to 6 and keep the original 5 police officers that were requested and reduce original amount of money requested from $1.8 to $1.1 million to be added to the annual budget and not have an override whereby using funds from free cash that will have a remaining balance of $13,622,594 from the stabilizing fund that currently has a balance of $12,867,698. Our police and fire departments deserve better.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Nardelli, let me make sure I understand your motion. Your motion is to reduce the amount of firefighters, your amendment rather, is to reduce the amount of firefighters from 13 to 6, still 5 police officers, and change the funding source from an override to free cash. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I'm not going to... do I have another second besides Mrs. Nardelli? Mr. Orfanos is seconding. Okay. Mr. Nardelli, we're going to need you to come up here and write that. And Mr. Orfanos, you're going to need to come up as well. Mr. Connolly, I'm not recognizing you yet. Hold on a second. Let us get it read. Give us a second here. So we're going to take a 2-minute recess because there's an issue with some of the numbers in Mr. Nardelli's motion to make sure that we get it right. Please stay here. Good idea.
You never close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips. And there's no tenderness like before in your fingertips. You're trying hard not to show it, but baby, I know it. You lost that love and feeling. Oh, that love and feeling. You lost that love and feeling. Now it's gone, gone, gone. Oh. Now there's no welcome look in your eyes when I reach for you.
Everybody take your seats, please.
Girl, you're starting to criticize little things I do. It makes me just feel like crying. 'Cause baby, something beautiful I did. You lost that love and feeling. Oh, that love and feeling. You lost that love and feeling. Now it's gone, gone, gone. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, baby, I'd get down on my knees for you. If you would only love me like you used to do, yeah.
So we have an amended motion, and that is what we are discussing. Now, one thing I need to make sure the body is aware of is there is still going to be an override question on June 15th. That election has to continue on. That election is set. So what will happen is with this amendment, you're approving an appropriation with free cash. If the override passes, the only way that this can go forward, and Attorney DeLuca, correct me if I'm wrong, is town meeting will have to come back again to approve the appropriation by the override. So if the override passes, because we cannot stop that election now by the town, that is what the town is asking for, and town meeting has appropriated with free cash So obviously that does not match. We will have to come back and debate, and basically the town meeting will need to approve allocation for this through the override. So just explaining that in order to set this up as we debate this amendment. All right, on the amendment, Mr. Stewart, are you waiting to speak on that?
Not so much the amendment, but what was previously discussed.
Okay, we're going to be speaking about the amendment, so.
Okay. Yeah, the amendment then. James. All right. Well, good evening, Madam Moderator. James Stewart, District 7. I am in full support of adding more fire and police. First responders are very important, and for them to be overworked is not a good thing for anybody. My question is, I'm not sure who this would be directed to, but is there a direct correlation between the need for fire and police with the fact that we have brought in so many residents in apartments like Upland Woods and Avalon and Lenox Street? And is there a future projection of the more people we bring into the town, do we need more fire and police and all these special services? Because the people we need today will double or triple tomorrow. So I think that there should be some, well, I don't know what I think. I think that somebody should think maybe we might need even more people in 2 years when we decide to build more apartments and we decide the hospital opens up and now there's more people driving. And is there anybody looking into the future and not just like we already knew that this was a problem 5-10 years ago?
Okay. I think I want to call on the chiefs for that. So Chief Patton, do you want to address that? And Chief Bailey? I mean, either or both?
Good evening. Chris Patton, Chief of Police. Population increases definitely drive the need for police and fire. In Norwood, I started in 1993. Our population has gone up somewhat, but the town has changed. You know, we have more larger apartments. We just are building buildings that are larger. During the day, I think we all see our traffic numbers are larger. And that doesn't necessarily correlate to how many people are living here. It's just Norwood's a busy area. We're fairly dense. Norwood's roughly 30,000 people. It's 10 square miles. That equates to urban density. So, you know, from a police and fire perspective, the more people that we have, the busier that we would be. Hopefully that helps.
And then when the hospital opens up, the population will become even denser because we're going to have more employees and people visiting that hospital every day, right? So that number probably would go up a couple of people in police and fire just from the hospital alone, I would assume.
So I think there'd be a bit of a balance there for police and fire, and I won't speak for fire, but, you know, the hospital affects us as well. But if we don't have to be out of town going to other, you know, especially with mental health calls, would have our officers more available, so we'd be able to drop them at the hospital and jump right back into patrol, and I'm sure it's the same for the ambulance. But I'll let the fire chief answer that directly.
The density has nothing to do with the hospital itself. It's the residents that live here drives the density number. So our density, if you took all the people that come in here for business and everything else, is much, much higher, so especially during the daytime.
Okay, thank you. Stewart, you're all set?
Yes, I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Palmatier, are you okay on the amendment? Talk on that?
Brian Palmatier, District 8. My question was on the original motion, but since we're talking about relative, you know, whether we're going to go from the 13 down to the 6, this is an apt question. I wanted to ask both about mitigating burnout. I know it was specifically mentioned by the police chief about how this will mitigate officer burnout in the police force because of the amount of overtime now required. And I imagine, or I guess the other half of that question for the fire department is there an aspect of that going on with the fire department?
I think we want both chiefs for that.
Yes, there is. We are constantly forcing people to stay to work because of the burnout issue. Our guys are doing anywhere from We average 20 to 21 calls a day. We're heavily EMS. That is a big portion of the fire service today. But we also have to be ready for fires on the other side. The ambulance calls, we alternate with 2 ambulances back and forth. We run an ambulance that is 1 EMT and 1 ALS. Both ambulances are set up that way. That's the model that was here when I came here 3 years ago. In order for us to do priority 1 calls or any serious call of any serious nature, I have to take someone off the fire apparatus and put them on the ambulance along with the other 2. So I lose 3, so potentially could lose 6 people from our available resources. We're constantly forcing people to work the next shift because of vacations, sick, injuries. So it is a problem.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, it's the same thing for the police department. Nights and weekends, we have contractual nights or time off, or if somebody's injured, or if they're on child leave, we have to meet our minimum standing. We don't go below that. So, you might come in to work a 4 to 12 shift and, find out that somebody's out sick or something along those lines, and you're forced to work a 16-hour day. Part of what we're requesting is 3 additional sergeants, which are our first-level supervisors. We have shifts where we only have 1 sergeant on the shift. That sergeant might be running between 2 scenes or 2 incidents, and they really can't control that much. And it's just a lot of work for 1 person to oversee. So we need the additional supervision. It helps with, potential liability for the town, that extra eye when the officer is working a case, things along those lines. So we have the same issue.
Is there a follow-up, Mr. Palmetier?
I do have a follow-up regarding the fire department. If we go with the lower staffing that's recommended by this amendment, reducing it, I believe it's 13 down to 5 or 6?
6.
It's not spelled out
13
up
down
there.
to 6.
So how would that affect what you just explained in terms of having the people that you need to prevent burnout, to continue services and so forth without bringing people in on overtime?
Yeah, Chief?
So the 6 would allow me basically to put, we run 4 groups. So I'd be able to put 1 additional personnel on 1 group, and 2 groups would only have another person. It throws off the balance. The numbers, we do everything in 4s, if at all possible. Sometimes you have to phase those in, but we do everything in 4s. The proposal for the 13 was for 3 on each group across the board, and then the 13th person was a full-time training officer to meet all the training needs and the demands that we have for training, for consistency and for delivery. And that's what the 13 people are for. So, and that's how it was spread out throughout the 13.
Thank you, Chief.
And one follow-up, which,
Okay,
Madam Moderator, which would involve both. To what extent are we likely to have some cost savings in terms of not having to pay overtime, the level of overtime that we're doing now to fill in for those vacancies?
So currently we're staffed at 15 and our minimum is 14. With the additional personnel, that number would still be 14. There's been no negotiation of changes into that. So there would obviously be some savings there from depending on who came to work. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure I understood.
So we'd still have the 14-man minimum. We're trying to get so that we have more people available. But in theory, until such time as it's negotiated and changed, that minimum will not be any different than what it is today.
But
if everyone came to work, I would have 18 personnel. If someone doesn't come, then I'll have 17, and so forth, until we get to the minimum. If everyone's there, 15's there, I have 15. If 16's there, I have 16, all the way up to 18. That's how it works within our group anyways.
Madam Moderator, do I understand you don't pay overtime then, or?
We do, because currently we're at 15, and
Right.
our minimum is 14, so I can only have 1 person out.
Okay.
Once I have more than 1 person out, it gets into overtime.
You've got to call somebody in for overtime. Got it. Okay.
Correct.
Do you want to, I
I'd
think
like
the
to-
chief wanted to address that from the police, or were you
Yes,
just
please.
interested in?
Yes,
okay.
from the, yeah,
All right.
I'm interested in the police chief, too.
It's basically the same thing. So for example, our midnight shift, we run one sergeant on the shift. That's our absolute minimum. Anytime that sergeant takes a night off, we have to pay overtime to replace him with another sergeant. Same thing on the day shift, because we're only running one sergeant. So we will see, hopefully, some savings in regards to that. Like I said, people take vacation time, they have sick days. Like you said, every time that person takes a day off, we have to replace them one for one. With the police officers, we would hope, we're running 5 patrol on the midnight shift. We would go up to the 6 minimum that we have on the day in the 4 to 12 shift, because over time our midnights have gotten busier. So we would see probably some savings there. It would just really depend, but certainly on the supervisor numbers.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Palmatier.
Madam Moderator.
Mr. Lynch, are you next up?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Ed Lynch, District 7. Just want to say, there's no question that they need support up there. And they do a great job. They were at my house a few weeks ago for some situation, but I just don't understand why we couldn't have got, I know this is hindsight, but a few over the last however many years, one here and there. So, Mr. Ronco mentioned in 2011 there was some, get a couple, but the town didn't want to do it. I just question the funding, because when you go to these overrides, they may not pass, and, 13 firefighters is like 25, almost 25% of your staff, so I don't know how they've been doing such a great job. And I understand the stress. I mean, I probably couldn't even begin to understand. I know that's those people up there, the police and the fire, one of a kind. That's what they want. That's what they sign up to do. And what happens after that, I don't know. But you can't. They need help, but I don't know if you continuously have these overrides. It's just 5,500-ish people paying the single, lot taxpayers in 2015, and it's 5,500-ish. That number went up 9 in 11 years. So that's who continues to pay. That's why the taxes double. It's so anyway. Overrides cost everybody money. But there's just got to be a different revenue stream. So we got to look at over stuff. This is still not going to touch any of the other structural deficits that this town has. So, but and obviously these apartments do cost money, and there's 300 more online coming within a year, so it's probably gearing up for that too. Just a thought, but appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lynch. Mr. Hearn.
Madam Moderator, David Hearn, District 4. I have a few questions on this, and some relate to the details, some relate to the process. The FinCom, I believe, supported as a body the $1.8 million. May I know what the vote was among the FinCom? Was it a unanimous vote?
Mr. Fleming?
Is this on? Okay. The vote was 4-0 with 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. If the original proposal passed with the voters and we appropriated the money, would the increase in staff result in a need for more equipment in terms of fire engines, ambulances, or whatever? Perhaps, Madam Moderator, one of the chiefs could answer. Chief Bailey, I'm focusing on the fire department.
Chief, and I'll remind Mr. Hearn and the body that the next article does talk about some equipment, but go ahead, Chief.
It will not result in any more fire engines or ambulances. It will result, which the next article addresses, the gear issue and some of the modifications in-house to the station, which are somewhat minimal. There is a cost, but we're going to be using facilities to help us facilitate that.
Thank you.
Follow up, Mr. Hearn?
I do. Earlier, the moderator commented that we're not talking about an override. But may I know if the body voted the number that's in front of us now in the proposed amendment, or the original number, or some other number, or voted nothing, turned all numbers down, what would the voters be voting on? The ballot question is to ask the voters, shall the town of Norwood be allowed to assess an additional $1.8 million in real estate and personal property taxes for the purpose to supplement public safety staffing for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2026? So if the voters pass the override, and yet we have not appropriated anything, then all they've done is given permission to the town to spend money, but no money can be spent without an appropriation by this body. Is that correct, Madam Moderator? Is that my understanding?
That is correct.
All right. So this body, and if this body votes no on the 1.8, what happens to the next motion under the next article? Do we vote that, or do we just move on?
It is contingent on passing the Proposition 2.5 referendum.
All right. So if we voted no on the first,
It's
under article,
actually, it's contingent on both the Article 7, which is the article we're talking about, and the override passing.
well, the pink sheet suggested that our expenditures are contingent upon the override. So that even if the override, in other words, if we vote for this tonight, it requires the override to pass for the money that we approve to be spent. But on the other side, if the override passes and we have not appropriated the money, then nothing happens.
Well, we come back.
Maybe we come back, the selectmen can call a meeting,
Well,
but we don't have to vote the money.
Nope, you don't.
A referendum cannot require us to spend money. It can authorize us to spend money or to appropriate money, but it can't require us to. I just want to, this body does have a role in the matter, and it isn't just, automatic that we've got to vote for this because if the voters vote for it, we have to spend the money or we have to spend the money. I understand the need to supplement the staffing in the public safety departments at police and fire. I understand that. But I was concerned the way the discussion was that, there are these what ifs, this and what if that, and that everybody here understands what it is they're voting on. We're voting on an appropriation that may never take effect, and even if the town voters vote for it and we haven't voted for it, it'll never take effect. So that's the issue before us tonight. In terms of the amendment, the proposed amendment, whether it's taken, I understand that to be free cash. I leave it to the wisdom of the body, Madam Moderator, but I did have questions on the procedure, and I appreciate the explanations that have been given. Thank you.
No problem, Mr. Hearn. Mr. Gunning, over.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. By you and through you
You're going to identify yourself.
Oh,
right?
Brian Gunning, District 3. By and through you, Madam Moderator, to our town manager. I would like to start by thanking our great police and fire departments. I know everyone that I speak to in District 3 stood behind the police in stark opposition to the defund the police movement, and I am happy to say that. However, I believe that we should not be funding through additional tax impositions on the public. This this override will result in a permanent tax increase. Mr. Mazaka and I discussed during the break, why don't we try to balance our budget? And Mr. Mazaka had said to this body that there's not a single town in Massachusetts that has a balanced budget. During the break, I reminded him that Springfield, the city of Springfield, has a balanced budget. The town of Wellesley has a balanced budget. Why can't we have a balanced budget? I suggested a couple things that would allow us to approach this. One of them would be negotiating union contracts, perhaps looking at funding of private health. That was one way. There's numerous ways. To say that we can't balance a budget in this town, that's not right. We should be able to balance our budget. And the police should be fully funded, as should the fire department, but not through an override. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gunning. Ms. Sobchak?
Thank you. Amy Sobchak, District 4. Through you, Madam Moderator, could the Chief of Police please address how many firefighters he realistically thinks could be hired within the next fiscal year?
Chief Bailey, you want to take that?
Yes, I'm sorry, did I say fire? I meant Chief Bailey, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Question?
How many firefighters do you realistically think that you could staff up within the next fiscal year? Do you honestly believe that you could get 13 firefighters up and running by the end of the fiscal year?
So if the bodies were out there to hire, yes. But the problem is that all the fire departments in the entire state that run like we do, which is hiring paramedics, find it very difficult to attract people. So we've been fortunate and had people that are interested. The answer to your question, it's not a concrete answer, but 4 to 8.
Okay.
Probably
okay.
within, if we staggered them, try to get 4 on and do them in groups of 4. 4 on in like July, maybe 4 on closer to January, and then end of the year, another 4, the other 4. Yeah. Would probably be a realistic expectation, because I don't see a groundswell of medic candidates out there.
Thank you. Also, I have
Ms.
a follow-up.
Chopta, can you go a little closer to the microphone? I think we're all having a little problem.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Much better. Thank you.
I can yell too. When you hire new firefighters, I was just looking at the fire wages grid in the handout, and it's saying that we hire at step 1 base at $67,448.99, and then we have a medic salary. Do we hire new firefighters as a combined with that medic training included, so that realistically we're hiring at about $80,000 for a step 1?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then, which is great, and can we up the days off too, please, for the police, just saying. And then, just to Mr. Mizuko, possibly through Madam Moderator, if we funded this through free cash, it really does look like we'd probably have 2 years' worth of free cash moving forward, and we would not necessarily need to have an override next year. So I think that we really need to tamp down this expectation that if we funded through free cash, that we would need to have an override next year. And that's just, and I'm fully supportive of this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are speaking to the amendment. We're speaking to the amendment. Ms. Homewood.
Debbie Homewood, District 3. The call volume has doubled. Is it all fires? Fire Chief?
Chief Bailey?
Is it more ambulance runs?
No, a large portion of what we do is medical related, ambulance.
So 60% is that's what's doubled it in the last
So
year?
it's a combination of everything. I don't have an exact
Okay.
breakdown,
All right.
but we do approximately 75 to 80% medical.
Okay. And Madam Moderator, I believe I need this for Mary Lou, because she knows everything. So the population of Norwood in 2000 was approximate. Mary Lou knows everything.
Madam Clerk, do you want to address that?
Probably roughly 28,000.
28,000. And 26 years later, we are at 31,000?
Yes, Madam
20
Madam Clerk is
Okay, 26 years later. Just trying to get a little perspective. And question for this amendment, you said if this one passes, we have to come back and renegotiate, Madam Moderator?
No, what I said, if this amendment passes and the override passes, so if the town approves
Right.
the override, then we are out of balance. We have to come back and appropriate the money via the override in order for this to go through.
Okay. And if it doesn't, what's the mechanism?
If the override doesn't pass,
Mm-hmm.
if the override doesn't pass, then we can utilize free cash.
Do we have to come back and do
Nope.
that?
No,
If we-
if you pass it now, you don't have to come back.
Okay.
Attorney DeLuca, I'm correct on that, right? Yeah.
Okay. I'm totally confused about the mechanism, but I think there's other people that are confused about the mechanism also. Appropriation, what are we doing? I think somebody might be able to make that a little clearer.
Yeah. All right. Let's have Mr. Mizuka clarify that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So the ballot question permanently raises the tax levy by $1.8 million. Without an appropriation from town meeting, that is unspent money. That does not mean that at any future time, town meeting couldn't decide to spend half that, a quarter of that, or all of that. So what that ballot question does is it permanently raises the levy, not your taxes, but the levy ceiling by...
Well, kind of raises your taxes because you're raising the levy.
Nope. You're creating the ability to raise taxes that amount. It does not raise taxes unless town meeting appropriates the money. You could do an override for $50 million, not appropriate any of the money, and your taxes don't go anywhere. But that permanent ability for town meeting to vote a budget that will raise your taxes is there. So I want to make sure that's clear. That ballot vote allows that number to go up 1.8 million. If town meeting doesn't appropriate it, your taxes don't go up. But the ability to use that 1.8 million stays forever.
So what you're asking town meeting, Madam Moderator, what you're asking town meeting to do is appropriate whichever amount to go to fire and police. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think somebody else could explain it better than me, but that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ferris?
Ed Ferris, District 8. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
And you were going to tell us what district you were? I don't think I heard it.
Ed Ferris, District 8.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. On this amendment, we're talking about pulling 1.1 million to salaries for not what was requested, which is going to bring our bottom line, based, if I have this correct, from 6.2 million remaining down to 5.1 million and change. Is that correct?
Mr. O'Neill?
Jeff O'Neill, Director of Finance. So you're asking if we use the 1.1 million, what our free cash balance is at the end of this meeting?
Yes.
Yes, that would be approximately right, 5.1, if the other two articles pass as well for the additional funding for the election.
Is there a follow-up, Mr. Ferris?
Yes, thank you. Based on that, with another $1 million out of free cash, were there any projections for the use of free cash, for future expenditures that this is going to affect?
Go ahead, Mr. O'Neill.
Yes, excellent question, and I'd like to clarify, because there was an earlier statement saying that if the 1.1 million was used as free cash, that it would avoid the override in fiscal '28. That is not correct. If we use 1.1 million, our projections are that an override will come to you in fiscal '28. If we do the override of the 1.1 or 1.8 million, we can put that off to '29 based on our projections, and as Mr. Mizuko said, we'll experience 2 more cycles of new growth, 2 more cycles of revenue, which we may be able to push that off another year. But any use of $1 million or more of free cash is going to bring an override discussion back next year.
Thank you. And again, through you, Madam Moderator, if we fund these salaries through free cash, we're basically funding a year. Is that correct? And if so, what happens on year 2? Do we fire everybody we just hired?
Mr. O'Neill?
Yep, that's a very good question, and it's, yes, we have to determine what's going to happen in next year's budget when we come with whatever that projected deficit may be.
Right.
I will also say, to the other point too, is we normally have certified free cash in the fall, which we would then go into our capital planning process. This would likely mean that we can't really do anything in capital with cash. We'd have to look at potentially borrowing, which is again going to increase our budget going forward. So there's a whole bunch of nuances to this, to using free cash.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Madam Moderator, just a statement, I'm against this amendment. We spent years using free cash to supplement town budget and deficit spend. It took us years to get out of that, and frankly, the town suffered a lot. Through the schools, for the kids, we had to cut lots of things that this town used to do, and we'd never gotten them back. I won't go into details because it was years ago. It doesn't affect what's going on now, and everything has changed now, but we go back to start doing budgets based on free cash, we're back to deficit spending. So I understand the fear of having your taxes raised, but you're not, I don't think the numbers are being presented in a meaningful enough way to dissuade what people think is going to be an overpowering burden on them. So this article I'm against, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ferris. Ms. Numi?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good Lord, I haven't had enough caffeine. Kelly Numi, District 5. So I kind of want to just bring this conversation very quickly, holistically, right? So we heard Superintendent Duff talk a lot about how our high needs population has grown, right? Tremendously over the last 10 years, right? That trend doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's not just the schools that experience that, it's the entire town. And that population has a different set of needs than a population with less high needs people in it, right? The ask for fire and police is completely valid, even if our demographics haven't changed, based on the shift in those demographics and the needs that those demographics had. It's the same thing we see in our schools. In the schools, a lot of those things are mandated by the state, and we have to provide them. They don't do that on the police and fire side. So I don't think there's a question that the need is there, and if you just look at the whole conversation as a town holistically, when you have a high needs population, they are going to need more services everywhere in the town. It's not just the schools, it's the fire, it's the police, it's safety, it's all of those things. So I just want to bring that holistically around. I actually support this amendment. I would want to amend it to actually give the police and fire the full 1.8 million that they asked for out of free cash. And the reason I do not believe in deficit spending, I think everyone who knows me well knows that. But the fact of the matter is we have an uncertain future ahead of us, and we're going to go for an operational override at some point, or we're going to have to decide what services we're going to cut. Both are valid points forward, but there's no way to maintain our service level if we don't grow our income, right? It's just, you just can't do that, right? And unlike me, who could go to the bank and say, I'm going to take out a loan, or I'm going to look for a new job that pays more, the town can't do that. We get 2.5% every year, and that's it, right? So either of those are valid, right? You can either raise taxes, you can cut services. The reason I believe that we should do this is because we're going to be facing another decision in 2 years or a year as to what we want to do at the town. I think it makes sense to save that conversation for that point and vote on it then. give the police and fire what they need now. If we approve the $1.8 million override, as Mr. Mizuko said, there are still going to be cuts in public safety if we do not approve an operational override. This does not solve the long-term problem. It solves it for 1 or 2 years. So regardless of what mechanism you use, the solution is for the same duration of time. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
All right, thank you. Sir?
Chris Griffin, District 2. I'd just like to say how fortunate we are in this town, in my opinion, to have the best police and fire department in the state of Massachusetts. That being said, over the last 30-plus years, with all the condos, excuse me, and apartments that are being built, the burden on both of these departments is overwhelming. More staffing for both departments is essential in keeping up with all the work that they do on a daily basis. They put their lives on the line every day to protect ours. And proper staffing is essential for their safety also. I feel there's no amount of money when there's someone's life to be saved. I am 100% in favor of this article, and I hope you all feel the same way. Excuse me. Thank you.
All right, I just want to remind people that we're talking about this amendment, so we're not talking about the original article. We are talking about the amendment and want to make sure that people know what they're debating. Mr. Shea.
Yes, Madam Moderator. Jerry Shea, District 8. My question is through you to the police chief.
Chief Patton's coming up.
Yes, sir. As I remember, just the other day we voted in for 4 more police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
Why is it that I see, how many police cruisers do we have?
28.
Are they all cruisers, or what are they?
We have detectives' cars, marked vehicles, so they're all police cars.
They're all police cars. How come I see all the officers driving around SUVs?
Because most police vehicles now are SUVs.
And we used to have a van, but now we have a pickup.
Yeah, the van, so what happened with the van is we got rid of those because we used to transport prisoners in the van when we had multiple prisoners.
Yes.
But because of legal issues, specifically the vans had a bench seat in the back, and there was a number of lawsuits across the country where if somebody's not buckled in and they fall over and they break their neck, that it became impractical to have a prisoner transport van.
Well, you mean a sheriff's department van, or?
Yeah, they still use them, but we determined that it didn't make sense. So our vehicles have cages in the back
I
where we
understand.
transport prisoners in the back with the cage, with a seatbelt on.
I mean, I just can't understand why we're driving around in SUVs.
Hey, Mr. Mott, all right, Mr. Shea, I'm indulging you a little bit here, but we're really talking about staffing for the police and the
Well, it's
fire
all-
department.
it's
We're
all
not
money.
talking about their budget. We're talking about adding staffing to both the police and fire department. So let's try to keep our questions around that, please.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor.
I waited too long, I can't remember what I was going to ask you. I'm one of the elderly that everybody's afraid that our taxes are going to go up. I'm not happy about it. We appropriate, I'm against this amendment, but I'm against this the amended motion. I'm against it. I've gone over so long, I mean, this has been before us, it's been on TV, it's been at meetings, all of the budgets, and I'm tired of looking at them, but it's very difficult to get up here now and change it at town meeting. It's just too complicated and too complex, I think. And to put an amendment on this now, I think is very difficult. I live close to the police and fire station, and I know through the years how badly they need what we want to originally on the article appropriate. And I know you don't want to talk about that because this is on the amendment. So I could hold that until then. But I'm against this because this has been talked about so much. And I think to try and change it on town meeting floor, one of the things I wanted to say, the way this was presented and put together, I think is a problem from the beginning. We have one building with two separate departments, two separate budgets, and to put them all under the public safety, I think throws a lot of people off, and it should, because they're two separate things. I mean, a fireman doesn't become a policeman all the time. A policeman doesn't want to be a fireman. They're different tests, different jobs. But against this because we have...
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. I won't go on to the other article.
All right.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Neil Rizzo?
Katie Neal Rizzo, District 2. Mrs. Taylor and I agree with each other on this one. If we want to be a town that prioritizes public safety, we really need to adequately fund public safety. And the police and fire departments know what they need. We should support their requests. The override was developed in such a way that will give them what they need. I think we need to, I don't agree with this amendment. I don't think that we should be making amendments on the floor for override amounts. I think that should be done in committee work. I think we should support the original motion, not the amendment, and
Thank you.
support public safety, police, and fire.
Thank you, Ms. Neil Rizzo. Yes, ma'am.
Julia Leone, District 7. I'm going to reiterate what Mrs. Neil Rizzo just said. I do not support this amendment. I feel like the changes have been made arbitrarily, and I'm very concerned in this town because we need additional EMS and fire support right now with the hospital being a shell, and to arbitrarily cut that budget in particular out of the whole proposal does not seem like a reasonable or fair approach. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is David Roman Martin, District 8. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I do not support this amendment, and I support the article. I'm new to this. This is my first meeting. When I first had to do this, I had to get 10 signatures, like everybody else has to do. And one of my signatures was my neighbor, who is a firefighter, and his wife. And I remember he said to me, like, I'm not going to get his name because I don't want to call him out, but he's like, just like advocate for the fire department. And I honestly never thought it would come into play. And I'm honestly kind of dismayed that this is here. Because like, to claim that this is helpful when it's blatantly cutting from what the original thing was is not. And I understand people might have concerns about budgetary things, absolutely, but call it what it is. I think it's disingenuous to kind of come here and be like, we support the fire department and then say, but we're not going to give you exactly what you need. I mean, we heard from a firefighter just a little while ago about how hard his entire career was and how he's advocating for them. And I know that my neighbor works incredibly hard and does everything that he can do. And so to not fund what they're asking for, I think is just kind of wrong. And so, no, I don't support this amendment at all because it does harm them. I think trying to phrase it as helping through budgetary reasons and cuts is just inaccurate and wrong. So I'm hoping that people reject this and accept what public safety is actually asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn.
Sarah Quinn, District 2. Bear with me because I don't really do numbers, I do words. But if I understand correctly, no matter how we fund this, we're going to be out of money in the next year or two. And so whether we hire these firefighters and police officers through the override funds or free cash, we're going to be coming back and looking for more money to fund our general budget. So I'm in favor of this amendment because it gives us the money we need to get started without committing us to a permanent increase that we already know isn't going to be enough. In addition, that permanent increase may not always be used to fund fire and safety. There's no guarantees that that money will always be used to fund the positions we're adding, and that concerns me. I'm a huge fan of police and fire. I'm much closer in age to needing those services than the schools. And I also recognize that we need more of these staff because our world is changing. This isn't about apartments or condos or English language learners or high needs students. This is about the fact that the world we live in is on fire, and these people are dealing with real individuals in crisis, whether it's a health crisis, a mental health crisis, or a structural crisis. So I'm in favor of the amendment, and I'm in favor of taking the time to make a decision about an override that is a fix for all of us, because this sets the precedent of funding overrides for niche arguments. I don't want to come back and have an override to fund the senior center, and then the next year the recreation department. It will never end. We successfully passed an override under the name One Norwood because that's what we believe we are. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Quinn. Sir?
Madam Moderator, my name is Michael Assad, District 9. I'm totally against this amendment that was just filed on top of this. 13 guys sounds like a lot, but like Chief Bailey explained it, it's only 3 guys to a shift. There's 4 shifts, it adds 3 firefighters. And he also wants the training officer, which every department has a training officer. And it's not that, it's a separate position, so that the officer who's in charge of the shift is not doing the training, he can do other functions. I know it's on the amendment, but I also am for the override vote. I've been a resident of Norwood for 45 years, but full disclosure, I was a Dedham firefighter for 37 years. In Dedham, we don't have the ambulance, but we have 15 men. We run 2 engines and a ladder, the same as the town of Norwood. We have 4 men in each engine. And I'll tell you, from my personal experience, we pull up to a fire with 15 guys, that helps tremendously. I had an incident in front of my house last year. There was an alarm on the other side of town. We waited. The second due engine came up, 2 guys on it. Actually, it was 2 firefighters. No officer who can make a decision. It's just the 2 firefighters, and he had to wait for an officer to show up. The point being, these engines should be fully manned, the ladder be fully manned, and what Chief Bailey was also trying to explain, they have the 2 ambulances, but Norwood does send an engine on every ambulance run to assist the ambulance crew, because it's carrying the bags, extrication from the houses or the buildings. Some towns have paramedic engines, so if he hires these 13 guys, that's 13 more paramedics that he's going to have. So when they're not on the ambulance, they can be on the engine or the ladder, and they can be certified at some point in time to be paramedic engines, so they can initiate life-saving care in the AS level before an ambulance gets there. And like I said, I'm totally against this cut from 13 to 6. Like I said, 13 sounds like a big number, but it's only 3 guys per shift. Thank you.
Mr. Connolly?
Kevin Connolly, District 7. Respectfully, I move the question, Madam Moderator.
All right, do I have a second? With Ms. Leslie is seconded. All right, there's no discussion on this. I'm going to try a voice vote on this. It's 2/3 majority. All those in favor of moving the question, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. All right, that carries. That takes us to a vote on the amendment. The amendment from Mr. Nardelli. And that is, we're going to open the vote. The voting is now open. And this is on the amendment, folks. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. All right, the amendment fails. 50 yes to 122 no and 3 abstention. That brings us back to the original motion. And let me call on folks. Folks want to speak on the original motion? Yes, ma'am.
Eleanor Brady, District 9, move the question.
Okay. Who seconded that? Mr. Maughan. Mr. Maughan seconded that. All right, it's not debatable. So we've now moved the question on the original motion. We'll take a voice vote on that. All in favor of moving the question, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. All right, The question has been moved, and now we move back to the original motion, which is the 1.8 to be appropriated to supplement public safety staffing, contingent on the passage of a Proposition 2.5 referendum. Let us open the vote. This is a majority vote. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. 126-40 with 6 extensions. It passes. All right, that takes us to Article 8. Mr. Fleming with the motion from the FinCom.
Motion by the Finance Commission that the sum of $180,500 be transferred from free cash and appropriated to fund public safety equipment, fire turnout gear, and police uniforms, contingent upon the passage of Article 7 above, as well as the Proposition 2.5 referendum question pursuant to General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C.
And Mr. Slater, you're seconding? All right, thank you. On the motion, Mr. Fleming?
The Finance Commission voted unanimously to recommend passage of this motion. I should point out this is an appropriate use of free cash for one-time expenses, basically a capital expense.
All righty. Thank you. I have one registered speaker, Mr. Orfanos. Mr. Orfanos is passing. Anything else on this motion? Seeing up, Mr. Lynch?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Ed Lynch, District 7. My question is, and I think it can link to this thing, but why we ever look into privatizing the ambulance services in this town? Taking a hard look on that, privatizing the ambulance versus...
Mr. Mon, please sit down. Let him ask his question, and if it's out of order, I'll rule it out of order. Are you asking a question, Mr. Lynch, on Article 8, which is about fire turnout gear and safety equipment and police uniforms?
Yeah, I'm asking, did we ever look into the possibility of privatizing the ambulance services in this town?
I don't think, I've got to rule that out of order, Mr. Lynch, because that's got nothing to do with the motion that and the article that we're voting on. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Seeing none, let's put this to a vote. This is $180,500 to be transferred from free cash. And again, this is contingent on the passage of the override on the vote that's coming up on June 15th. Let's open the vote. Ten seconds. All right, we're going to close the vote. And the motion passes 143 to 24 no and 5 abstentions. Ms. Haley, are you trying to tell me something? Some help? Okay. Thank you. All right, that takes us to Article 9. Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission moves that the sum of $30,000 be transferred from free cash and appropriated to election expenses.
And Mr. Slater seconded. On the motion, Mr. Fleming?
Finance Commission voted unanimously to recommend adoption of this motion.
Okay, and this election is scheduled for June 15th. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Anything on the motion? Seeing none, Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Ms. Smith.
Jody Smith, District 5. I have a question on this motion. The ballots for absentees have been mailed out. How did that happen when we haven't appropriated the $30,000 that includes the printing of the ballots and the postage for mailing those ballots out?
Madam Clerk, do you want to take that, or do we want Mr. O'Neill? Oh, no, Mr. Mizuko will take it.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The bulk of the cost is in paying the poll workers and the details and other items for the election. The printing is a smaller cost as related to it. We have a timeline where you have to get some printing out, but we couldn't cover the whole cost of an election without an additional appropriation.
Follow up, Madam Moderator. It's just disconcerting when you find out that ballots have been sent out before this body had an opportunity to discuss this Article 9, which includes the printing of those ballots. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith. Anything further? All right, let's put it to a vote. This is $30,000 from free cash for election expenses. Let's open the vote. Again, simple majority. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 141 to 31 with 3 abstentions. That brings us to Article 10 on Community Preservation Act. We're going to have a series of 3 separate articles and a bunch of motions on the different projects. Mr. Fleming, you have the motion on Article 10.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Finance Commission moves that the following money be set aside in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44B, from Community Preservation Fund revenues for future spending as recommended by the Community Preservation Committee for the purposes listed below, and I won't read the amounts there on the screen there. The total is $1,073,360.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Slater's seconding. Mr. Fleming on the motion.
Yes, the Finance Commission voted unanimously to support this motion. As the moderator mentioned, there are 3 separate articles. There's kind of 3 steps to this process. This article is appropriating the revenues that are going to be collected into the Community Preservation Fund. So we have to take it from collections, put it in the Community Preservation Fund first. Then we'll have an article to appropriate money to administrative expenses, and the third article is to vote the money out of the Community Preservation Fund for the actual projects. So there's kind of a multi-step there. Thank you.
Ms. Walsh, I think no, you're good? Nothing further? Okay. All right, so does everybody understand this is the appropriation? Mr. Connolly? Can we get a mic to Mr. Connolly? Oh, he'll get there.
Kevin Connolly, District 7. What community housing are we talking about? Are we talking about the Housing Authority project or some other form of it?
Ms. Walsh, you want to take that? Yeah, just come right up here.
Madam Moderator, I'm Catherine Walsh. I'm Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. And so right now we're just voting on moving the money into the specific accounts, and we're not talking specifically about projects.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh.
I'll stay.
Yeah, just say. All right. So again, this is to actually appropriate, set aside money for the various different categories per the CPA statute. Let's put it to a vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Brody? And Mr. Brody, I do know there is a slide with that number on it, if that's why you're getting up. See how quickly that... Go ahead, Ms. Walsh. Do you want to just explain what we have up on the screen here?
Yeah, so this question came up during the info session, and the state the state contribution for this year is $155,130. No, it's on a further slide. Thanks.
All right.
All set.
All right. Anything further? Seeing none, let's put this to a vote. Yeah. We'll get there, Mr. Brody, don't worry. All right, let's open the vote. And we're voting on Article 10, which is the allocations to the various CPA categories. Voting is open. Ten seconds. Close the vote. Motion passes 150 to 17 with 2 abstentions. That takes us to Article 11. Mr. Fleming with the motion.
Thank you. The Finance Commission moves that the sum of $53,668 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Fund Administrative Reserve Account for the administrative and operating expenses of the Community Preservation Committee in fiscal year 2027.
And Mr. Slater seconding on the motion. Mr. Fleming.
Thank you. The Finance Commission voted unanimously to support this motion. I should just add here that there's sort of a strategy that we apply at these first 2 articles. State law requires you put a certain minimum amount in each of the buckets and that you spend no more than 5% on administrative expenses. So to give ourselves maximum flexibility, we appropriate the minimum amount to the specific buckets for housing and so forth. But we appropriate the maximum amount to administrative expenses just to cover any contingencies. At the end of the year, if whatever's left gets put in there and reserved. So that it's designed to give us the maximum flexibility as the year goes on. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, I think you covered it for Ms. Walsh. And again, this is an appropriation for administrative services for the Community Preservation Act. Anything on the motion? Seeing none, we'll put it to a vote. And again, $53,668 going to Administrative Reserve Account. Voting is now open. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 142 to 18 with 3 abstentions. That brings us to Article 12. Article 12 is going to be a series of 9 motions, I believe, all on different projects. With the first, and again, let me just give you a couple of instructions on these projects. Town meeting has 3 choices with each project. You can either approve it, you can reject it, or you can lower the amount of funding. You cannot raise the amount of funding for any CPA projects. So those are the 3 choices that we have. Of course, the up and down is just covered by the regular motion. If somebody wants to amend it to lower the amount, they can do that. Mr. Fleming, why don't you go ahead with the first motion, and then we'll have Ms. Walsh pick up.
Okay. Do you want to present the overall first, and I'll go to the specifics?
Go ahead and put the motion out there.
Put the motion on the floor. Okay. All right, first motion. Finance Commission moves, based upon the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, that $14,000 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Fund balance reserved for community housing to be spent by the Community Development Department for the purpose of funding a 4th-year participation in the Shared Housing Services Organization.
All right. Mr. Slater, you're seconding. And let's go ahead. Ms. Walsh, you probably want that other slide first. Yeah, can we go back one, Lisa? Mr. Fleming, do you have anything on the motion before Ms. Walsh explains the funding?
I would just add that the Finance Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of this motion.
All right. And we'll go ahead with the next slide. Yeah. No, go ahead with the next slide, Lisa. Or the slide before, actually, I'm sorry. Yeah, the slide with the numbers.
This one.
There we go.
By way of context, before we vote on the 9 specific projects and motions, top line includes the current fund balance today. Second line is the FY27 estimated revenue. And so the third line gives us what's available today with the associated funding that we expect. And if we were to approve all of the projects, we would be looking at a total of $536,550. And then the bottom line would be the available balances remaining if we fund all of those projects. A question that came up at the info session is what was the state match for expected state match for this year? And it's $155,130. Yep. And Mr. Brody, just historically, the previous year was about 161,000. 24 was 170, and then 23 and 22 a little bit higher. The number has come down because there are more towns that are applying to CPC for funding. So thanks, great question. All right.
All right, go ahead with the first motion project, Ms. Walsh.
Great. This is the Shared Housing Fund, and this was offered by the Community Development Corps. It was passed 7-0 by the Community Preservation, and this is for the maintenance of the towns, or to assist with the maintenance of the town's subsidized housing inventory, to provide services related to monitoring compliance and resident outreach. And this is a shared service model with other local towns, and it's been very cost-effective to help supplement the Community Development Committee. And so, again, this was passed 7-0 by the Community Preservation.
All right. Any questions? Ms. Homewood?
You want me to yell or go?
Well, you can go next to Ms.
Come
Walsh
on
if
up.
you
She's a
want.
fellow CPC member. Come on.
This isn't going to be a popular comment.
You're going to identify yourself.
Oh, Debbie Homewood, District 3. I have asked and asked. I don't think the idea of this is bad, but we haven't gotten the paperwork for it. And I haven't seen what we're getting for it. It's a good idea to get this stuff done, but I haven't seen it. And we're into it for $25,000, and we got paid back 14 and 10, and then we got paid back because the consultant moved. So I'd like to, I'm not in favor of this one. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
So,
Mr.
Or
do you
could
want
I
to
just
address
provide
that?
a little clarification?
Yeah.
And so we have funded this, or this will be the 4th year of funding. There was the consultant who provided the shared housing services was changed in '24, and that resulted in not a lot of services being rendered to the town. And so in general, they did not spend all of the money. So that money is coming back to the CPC Housing Fund.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Mr. Orfanos, you?
Moderator. Gregor Fanos, District 9. What exactly is the town getting for the $14,000 a year over the last 4 years? What exactly are we getting from the consultants? What are they tracking? What are they providing us with information to help in our decision making?
Ms. Walsh?
I would defer to Sarah Dixon.
All right. Ms. Dixon? The Community Development Planning Department head?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Sarah Dixon, Community Development Director. So for the Shared Housing Services Organization, the services that we receive are largely related to compliance monitoring. So every affordable unit in the town of Norwood that's deed restricted as affordable is limited only to an income qualified household. The Shared Housing Services provider monitors the provision of that housing. So that means doing audits of all of the records related to intake when a household moves into a unit or purchases a unit, if it's a homeownership affordable unit, and then annual recertifications, making sure that people continue to qualify for those units. This is kind of a different project from a lot of CPC projects where at the end of the award you get a thing. It's a restored item or a new park or something tangible that the community can see. Compliance is not exciting in that way, right? At the end of a successful round of compliance monitoring, what's more visible is what you don't get, right? And in this case, if we're not doing our annual monitoring as we're obligated to, then what happens is the affordable units that are on our subsidized housing inventory fall off of that inventory, and we no longer get credit for them, which means two things. One, they're no longer units that are available to income qualified households who need that affordability. And also, we don't get credit for our affordable housing obligations under Chapter 40B, which could leave us subject to losing our safe harbor status under that law.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Is there a follow-up, Mr. Alfanos?
Yes, please,
Ms. Dixon, you
follow-up.
might want to stick around.
I have a question in reference to, so in essence, this is just a monitoring service to make sure that the units stay affordable, almost like a rent control back in the days. Do I have that correct?
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I wouldn't qualify it as rent control, but yes, it's absolutely relating to monitoring and compliance. Our provider does provide some small amount of resource delivery, so if any resident in the town of Norwood needed some referrals to housing resources, they could call the provider and they would connect them. So there is a small portion of the hours that they give to us that are dedicated to resident services. The vast majority of it is about making sure that we don't lose any of our affordable housing units. It's about preservation.
Can I
have
have one
another
more
follow-up?
follow-up, please, with that? So in reference to what is the goal for Norwood for affordable housing units, and where is that shown as the target and how much we have so far? Is that shown on your website, the town's website, CPC's website? Where is that information?
So back to that shared housing service organization, it's not a production. It's about maintaining our available units. Right now, we have housing affordability that exceeds 1.5% of our total land area. That's a requirement under the state statute, Chapter 40B, which requires that communities have affordable housing equal to or greater 1.5% of their land area, or 10% of their total year-round housing inventory. So we are at that safe harbor above 1.5%. But again, the Shared Housing Service Organization is really about monitoring and compliance for the units that we do have.
Okay, so all right, are you saying we already met that standard?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alfanos. All right, anything further? Seeing none, let's put this to a vote. This is $14,000 from the Community Preservation Fund. Let's open the vote. Ten seconds. Close the vote. Motion passes 137 to 27 with 3 abstentions. Motion number 2, Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission moves that based upon the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, that $24,270 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Fund balance reserved for historical resources to be spent by the General Manager's Office and Morrill Memorial Library for the purpose of a historical asset inventory.
Mr. Slater seconding. On the motion, Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission voted unanimously to recommend adoption of this motion.
Ms. Walsh.
Project was offered by the library and the general manager's office, and the work here will be a comprehensive inventory of town-owned historical assets, and so that includes artwork, documents, and artifacts that are housed at either the town hall, the library, or the Morse House. The deliverables will include assessment of the existing collection and also help guide the library and the town to prioritize our historical assets that need to be restored.
Anything on the motion? All right, let's put it to a vote. Let's open the vote, 24,270. Voting is now open. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 135 to 17 with 3 abstentions. Motion number 3 on restoring and preserving annual town reports. Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission moves that based upon the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, that $30,000 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Fund balance reserved for historical resources to be spent by the General Manager's Office for the purpose of restoring and preserving annual town reports.
Mr. Slater seconding. Mr. Fleming on the motion.
Finance Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of this motion.
Ms. Walsh.
This project was also unanimously supported by the CPC, and it's the 4th and final funding request from the General Manager's Office. To date, we have preserved 45 volumes through prior funding, and this will take care of the remaining 23 volumes that are in need of restoration. It's important to point out here that all of these volumes and reports have been digitized and are available electronically. When this final set of volumes are restored, they will be stored in the General Manager's Office and available for review upon appointment.
Anything on this motion? All right, seeing none, let's put it to a vote. This is $30,000 from the Community Preservation Fund. Open the vote. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 141 to 16 with 4 abstentions. That takes us to motion number 4. Mr. Fleming.
The Finance Commission moves, based upon the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, that $114,000 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Fund balance reserved for historical resources to be spent by the General Manager's Office and Veterans Services Office for the purpose of rehabilitating the Town Hall Cannon.
Mr. Slater seconding, and Mr. Fleming on the motion.
The Finance Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of this motion.
All right, Ms. Walsh. Tell us about the howitzer.
Absolutely, World War I howitzer. This project was offered by the General Manager and the Veteran Services Offices, and this World War I howitzer cannon is a contributing element to the National Register listing for the Town Hall. And so this restoration will include the focus on the metal aspects, the wooden wheels, and the platform on which the cannon rests that's in a tough situation. We look forward to this.
All right, thank you, Ms.
So
Walsh.
thank
Mr. Palmatier?
Brian Palmatier, District 8. Can you give, is there an estimate or have you been given an idea of how long this restoration will last before we'd have to do something again? Are there certain preservation elements that are being added this time, say, that weren't some sort of materials, perhaps protected materials that weren't available before to prevent what's happened to it now? Any kind of a sense of, I know if I paint my house, for example, I might get 10 years out of it before I have to paint it again. Do we have any idea on this, on the timeline on this?
Ms. Walsh?
So I'm not really sure on the timeline of it. I know that there was a restoration done about 10 years ago, was it? Yeah, maybe. 2008, great, thank you. But it didn't focus on these elements. And so to be honest, I don't know enough about the design of this, but if you go to the cannon close-up, you can certainly see that the wood is in tough condition, the metal's deteriorating, and the foundation is also breaking apart.
Follow-up question, Madam Moderator?
Yep, go ahead.
I'm not arguing the fact that it's needed. I guess what I'm wondering is, for example, we've just voted a little over $1,000 per volume to, fix the books, which I'm assuming will last for 100 years now, or 200 years. I'm just wondering if your consultant gave you any idea of how long is this restoration going to be good for before something has to be done again?
So, Walsh, do you know?
Yeah, well, so first of all, there are not many companies that do these types of restorations, so the cannon will leave the site and the restoration will happen off-site. Obviously, the foundation will be removed and re-poured. I have no doubt that the technology with regard to restoration of these types of pieces of equipment have become more sophisticated, but CPC has not been in direct contact with the vendor who's going to provide those services.
All right.
I guess I'm confused by that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kenichi, were you waiting? And then we'll go to Ms. Taylor.
Yes, Madam Moderator. Steve Kenichi, District 4. My understanding is that this is a German World War I cannon, and we've already done a restoration before on a different part of the cannon, I think. But if we're going to spend this kind of money to restore this cannon, I really don't know what the meaning is to the town of Norwood behind this cannon. Was this cannon involved in some specific battle that involved a lot of soldiers who resided in Norwood?
I think we're going to give Mr. Mizuko an opportunity to answer that question.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The specific connection just relies in that it was brought over by the American Legion after World War I. A number of these cannons were sent around to different towns as war spoils, and Town Hall is actually a memorial to World War I and Civil War veterans, which is why it ended up at Town Hall.
So follow-up, Mr. Kenichi?
Yes, please. That being the case, if we're going to spend this kind of money on fixing that cannon, I really think that we should encase it in something so that it can be protected from the elements. And if we're not going to do that, I think we should take this cannon and donate it to the VFW or donate it to some other military organization who can really benefit from it.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Kenichi.
you.
Ms. Taylor.
I'm speechless. Sorry. Jean Taylor, District 8. I'm not supposed to ask this because my husband sat on that as a child. It went from St. Catherine's. I don't want it encased, and I do want it taken care of, and I don't want it removed. But is there any way, like during a parade or something, that we could cordon it off a little bit, maybe would help to protect it? Believe me, I don't want it encased. I'm looking at.
Mr. Mizuko, you
Has
want
it
to take
been
that
looked
one?
at?
I would agree. I would agree the encasing doesn't work. As for cordoning it off, I don't know. We could probably make more of the history known of it. We could probably showcase it a little bit better. I don't know what else we could do to weatherproof it. Hopefully, some of the new materials that they'll use will give it a little bit more of weatherproofing. But remember, it is a 115-year-old cannon that saw service in Europe and got packed up and shipped over here. So periodically, if this is the first major repair, because we did do one back 2008, I think, we'll hope it'll last a while. But we'll see what we can do to promote it better and make sure everyone knows the history of it. I actually don't think we have a sign anywhere in Town Hall that outlines the history of it, which would probably be something we could do.
Mr. Stewart?
Good evening, Madam Moderator. James Stewart, District 7. Beautiful piece of history. I'm just a little outraged at the fact that we're asking for money to fix something and we don't know what it's going to cost. We don't know who's going to do the work and what it's going to entail. When I get a quote to do a job at my house, I get references, I get different quotes, does anybody even get a quote? Or who do we go through when these people restore stuff? Is it just some guy sitting in a basement, or like a friend of a friend? Like, come on, like, what's going on here? I want some answers. We deserve it because it's our money.
All right, Mr. Mizuko, I think, wants to take that one. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. We are required to go through a procurement process. We cannot go through that procurement process without an appropriation. So based on the cost of a product, we either need to, at a minimum, seek bids. Sometimes we have to issue an RFP or an RFQ. So all of our purchases are governed by a complicated state framework that requires us to seek public bids and seek multiple quotes for work according to a statutory process. And we do that for every purchase we make, whether it's $100,000 or $1 million or $10 million.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mizuko. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Anthony Ketchel from the Great District 7. Question. Is this part of our requirement to maintain our listing on the National Register? Because $114,000 sounds like a lot of money, and unless the police department plans on using this thing, I just don't see the need. So.
All right, Mr. Mizuko, you want to take that?
No, it's not a requirement to maintain National Register that I know of. It's a historic asset of the town. This is what CPC money is for. And one of the challenging questions we come up with a lot of do we preserve something is, well, if we don't, what's the next alternative? Do we just throw it out or try to get rid of it to somebody else?
All right. Let's, Ms. Walsh wants to take that too.
Yeah, so I just want to add that, just quickly, CPC money cannot be used for operating expenses based on the statute. And then with regard to the gentleman who had the prior question, when we receive applications, typically the applicants have reached out to vendors and get ballpark quotes. And then what's important to note is what the town manager said, that once they receive the money, that they do need to go out to public bid. But the applicants are submitting quotes or estimates based on, you know, what they know at the time.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. All right, let's put this to a vote. This is $114,000 for restoring the town hall cannon. Let's open the vote. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 107 to 50 with 4 abstentions. That takes us to motion number 5. Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission moves, based upon the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, that $25,000 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Fund balance reserved for open space and recreational use of land and be transferred to the Land Conservation Fund for purposes consistent with both Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44B and Chapter 40, Section 8C.
And Mr. Slater seconding. On the motion, Mr. Fleming.
Thanks. The Finance Commission voted 3-1 to recommend this motion.
All right, thank you. Ms. Walsh?
The applicant is the Conservation Commission, and the CPC supported this unanimously. This is the 4th annual funding request to transfer money from CPC to the Land Conservation Fund. And so just as a point of reference, the current balance in the fund is $178,000. And this will enable the Concom to do due diligence relating to the purchase of real property. And these funds need to be used in accordance with CPC and Conservation Commission rules and regulations. So oftentimes, smaller pieces of parcels become available, and this allows us to do some due diligence and do some assessments, and so it gives us the flexibility to determine whether we need to move forward with doing some purchases. We've definitely used this in the area of some pocket park development, but this gives us the flexibility that we need to position ourselves to potentially purchase any open space. Obviously, if we're purchasing any open space, it's going to be a significant investment, and we will likely be back at town meeting.
All right, thank you. Anything on this? All right, let's put it to a vote. This is $25,000 to be transferred to the Land Conservation Fund. The voting is now open. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 142 to 13 with one abstention. That takes us to motion number 6. Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission moves, based upon the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, that $100,000 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Fund balance reserved for open space and recreational use of land to be spent by the Recreation Department and Department of Public Works for the purpose of accessible surfacing and other improvements at Father Max Playground.
Mr. Slater is seconding, and Mr. Fleming on the motion.
Finance Commission voted unanimously to support this motion.
Ms. Walsh.
This was also supported unanimously by CPC. This includes the replacement of the current wood chip surface at the playground. It will be substituted with an ADA poured-in-place surface or a synthetic turf. It will also include new benches and plantings. A special thanks to the DPW that is contributing $75,000 of in-kind work, and so this will be the third lot that we have funded. The first was the Bond Street tot lot, and the second was the airport park.
Thank you. Anything on the motion? All right. Seeing none, let's put it to a vote. This is $100,000. It's a majority vote for the Father Max Playground. Let's open the vote. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 144 to 14 with one abstention. That takes us to motion number 7. Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission moves, based upon the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, that $32,280 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund Reserve to be spent by the General Manager's Office for the purpose of hiring a consultant to undertake a Shattuck Park dry stone wall feasibility study and design.
And Mr. Slater seconding on the motion. Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission voted 3-1 to recommend approval of this motion.
Ms. Walsh.
CPC voted 3-1-1 on this motion or this project from the General Manager's Office. The scope of the work for this project includes the retention of a landscape architect and an arborist. The outcome of this project will be a bid set that can be put out to bid. So the scope is primarily focused on the rebuild of the dry wall that surrounds the park. So it's a very limited scope. Part of this will also include outreach to abutters to ensure that they're okay with the scope, and also to begin to look at if there are other projects that could look at the use or functionality of this park.
All right, thank you, Ms. Walsh. We actually have some registered speakers. Mr. Konecny, I have you as the first registered speaker, and then Mark, don't call me Tank, or Tank, don't call me Mark, is after you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Steve Konecny, District 4. We don't need a study to repair a stacked stone wall. This is a type of project that has been done without technology or tools since mankind started planting seeds. A volunteer task force of handy homeowners could even do it. You just stack one rock on another. I've heard the argument from town leadership that we need the authority of a landscape architect because trees have grown up over the years. They may be in the way of the wall, and he didn't want to hear from the town that we cut down the wrong tree. We don't need a study for this. There are plenty of stonemasons that can figure this out without a study, just within the scope of the bid. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mizuko, do you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'll just say the point of hiring the landscape architect is to assess the condition and to develop bid specs, because we have to go out to bid for the wall. If our bid specs aren't very specific, we'll either get a underwhelming product or we'll get an overly expensive product. It is more complicated than it seems than just stacking stones on there. The condition of trees is important, and understanding how many trees we're going to need to cut down, if any, is actually very important to the public. I say that without any remorse that people in this town, rightly so, do not like when we cut down more trees than necessary. So a landscape architect making sure that we know exactly what we need to cut down and we can bring that to the public, if any, is important. Making sure that our bid docs go out is critical. We got an early estimate from a stonemason for this work of $190,000. So this is not likely to be a cheap project. We're going to want appropriate bid specs, and we're going to want to make sure that what gets rebuilt is consistent with the neighborhood, and that we're doing the work necessary to ensure the project is viable in the year's future, and not just stacking the same stones on top of it, having them go fall over again. You'll notice in the picture there on the right-hand side, the sidewalk is not level on one side. It's sort of grown into where the stone wall is. There may need to be a process to cut part of the sidewalk back, determine how far the concrete goes. It seems like it's as simple as just stacking stones on top of each other, but it's not if we want to make sure we're spending money appropriately with appropriate professional bid documents to make sure we're getting exactly what we want, we know what we're getting, and we're paying for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mizuko. Mr. Nardelli.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Question.
And you're going to tell us you're Mark Nardelli from?
Mark Nardelli, District 7, I'm sorry. Yeah, the bit about the doing the study, I don't agree with that. I echo what Steve had said about it. I think it's a waste. It's almost like going and talking to a car salesman. It really is. It doesn't take a rocket science to come up with a plan and have a professional estimator come out and tell you what you want, what Norwood wants, not what they want to make the money. And I get it. You gotta go through and get what you want. But that wall has character. And the other thing was, what was the original purpose for that wall? Does anybody know? Was it just a wall for the park, or is it historical?
Anybody know the answer to that question? I guess Ms. Doyle does. Do you want to grab a mic? Sorry. Who's a member of the Community Preservation Committee and the Historical Commission?
Yes, Cheryl Doyle, District, what am I in? 6. So those walls used to all be farmers' walls. So Norwood had a lot of farms in it, and that's just leftover from it. And I know a lot of people are saying that they don't like the price of it, but like Mr. Mizuko said, you need bid docs. And you have to keep in mind, Adams Farms has one of those walls, it's a farmer's wall. But the man who oversees the stacking of it, he's 83 years old. It's an art to be able to do a dry stack wall. It's not just any mason can do it, or the people in the neighborhood could do it. There is an art, because if you don't know your stone and the shapes of it and you stack it wrong, it can fall. So you need to know it. We need somebody for the bid docs also, because a lot of the trees in that park are over 100 years old. Trees don't last forever. That's why during a lot of storms, trees fall down or they get diseased and everything like that. This is something that we need to know for the wall. And also where this wall's located in the entry of the park, that's a gateway to this town. And we want people, when they come in our town, we want them to see how beautiful we are. And if you read, like on Norwood Now, or any of the other sites, people complain about their dogs people walking dogs through it.
Ms. Doyle, I'm gonna interrupt you, because I just called on you to answer the historical question.
Yeah, can I just say one thing, please?
Quickly.
Okay. if the wall's restored and the park looks good, people will take care of it and they'll respect it.
Is there a follow-up, Mr. Nardelli?
Yeah,
Hold on, Ms. Walsh wanted to say something.
I just want to respond to your question because those are a lot of the discussions that the CPC had. And so I think it's really important to say that it's more than a study. It is the development of the bid docs. But a lot of this is about sustainability, right? And so I agree that a mason can come in and build that wall, but because the vegetation is so close to the wall, and if we don't address that, it's just going to continue to undermine not only the wall, but the sidewalks. And so it's a little bit more sophisticated than just replacing the wall in kind. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and I understand that. I've done many seawalls in the ocean, and I've had none of them fall down on me yet. And those seawalls are 10, 15, 20 feet high. So, building a 4-foot drywall, it doesn't take a rocket scientist. And like I said, I get it. We can do whatever we want to do, but I just want to be assured if we do this project, it doesn't turn into a major project where they come in and say, okay, this here, that, they're going to come in with $100,000 and it's going to be $300,000. So
right. Thank you.
that's what I'm saying.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nardelli.
Thank you.
Mr. Palmetier?
Brian Palmetier, District 8. One of my main questions has already been answered, the fact that it's a historic wall. And as I suspected, it reminds me of, I grew up in a farming community. As you're plowing, you find the stone, you toss it on the wall at the property line. We didn't have any fancy, stone mason come out and tell us where to put the stones. We just kind of piled them up. So I guess what I'm wondering is, if the history of this is that a farmer put them there, they've kind of been left. We have a lot of places in town. I know, for example, over at Endine, you can actually see some of the stone walls from the paths that are just there. What motivated the town to think that something needed to be done other than letting nature take its course?
Ms. Walsh, you want to answer that?
I'll defer to the town manager as who's the applicant.
There's been discussion, thank you, Madam Moderator, there's been discussion for some time about what to do with the wall, because at some point some work is needed to be done, either removal of some of the stones, or you'll notice the two small, the bottom left or bottom right picture there, that's sort of at one of the gateways to it, that's slowly collapsing, so you could continue to allow the wall to sort of collapse in and let nature take its place. It does look a little bit unsightly, it does create some safety issues. It's one of those things that we should either repair it and have it look proper and be properly repaired, or have another discussion about, do you get rid of it? But I don't know that we'd want to get rid of a historic wall. I think we took Shattuck Park in the 20s, so it's been there for quite a while, and I don't think any significant work has been done on it. We're also sensitive to the requirements around Shattuck Park that it maintain a park largely without too much activity going on, and we think that the stone wall is consistent with that.
All right, thank you.
A follow-up question?
All right, Mr. Palmetier.
Some of them are the farmers' walls. I'm guessing the entrances would have been maybe created. They look like there's some sort of masonry. I've been over there a couple of times. I think there's a similar entrance from another corner of the park that must have been done after we took point of the park to kind of create an entrance to the park. Is that's another motivator, is that you want a nice kind of look to it, and I'm guessing the mortar on those is deteriorating to where they could become an issue.
Yep, there are people nodding
Okay,
on that one.
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin.
Hello, Patrick Griffin from District 4. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I actually have the privilege to be one of those abutters. I've lived near Shattuck Park for 10 years in May. One of my predecessors at the microphone said it doesn't take a rocket scientist, and I agree it may take an arborist, though. We have, the photos illustrate the age of the trees in the vicinity. When the rock wall was laid down, these trees probably didn't even exist. When the rock wall was laid down, the sidewalk didn't exist. Most of the area has grown over time, as I think Mr. Mizuko said, as a result of guidance from the from what was left to the town to say is essentially leave it untouched, to let it live in its natural state. I guess my question through you is, doing this doesn't condition us to do the work. It essentially allows us to know how much the work would cost us if we were to choose to do it. So finding out the answer to a question under which somebody professionally does the work and is accountable to the people in this body would be good to know, especially for anybody who has the opportunity to live near it, to go through it. Hundreds of people use the park on a daily basis. I see them walk by. I have to say, yeah, it's a lot of money, but at the same time, you're looking at something that is sort of uniquely aesthetic within Norwood. Most of the other towns around here don't have this sort of little postage stamp bit of unspoiled nature in the middle of it. And the little gateway to it happens to be through this wall. I think at least finding out how much it would cost us would be a reasonable pursuit.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Ms. Haley?
Ann Haley, District 4. Could you please repeat what the whole process would be for me? The thing that you just said, the description of what we were doing.
We would engage with a design firm that include a landscape architect and an arborist. And so they would come out, do an existing conditions survey, determine what the state of the wall is, what the trees, the health of the trees, kind of looking at the roots. And then what they would do is a preliminary design that they would probably share with the town manager's office, probably DPW would review that, and then prepare a final set of design documents that are readily available to be bid in a public setting. And there's also, as part of that process, there is a community outreach component to that for the neighbors, just to get their take on the wall and any future potential uses of the area.
Is there a follow-up, Ms. Haley?
Yes. This has been going on for a long time, and most of the people that live in the area are very happy with what is going on and want it to stay the way it is. I think that when you spoke first, you were a little bit more specific on what they were going to look at, and that to me, it sounded like that there was going to be other things that they will be looking at that we don't know about. And if that could be explained, that would help maybe, if you want to, my suggestion. Because it seemed to be more than just fixing the wall and fixing the sidewalk, that's fine, I think, with most people that live there. But if it gets into other things, like changing the flowers that grow in there or those kinds of things, I think that would be very disconcerting to the people that live there.
Go ahead, Ms. Walsh.
So I could add a few specific things that they're going to look at. And so first is assessing the trees and how the trees are impacting the wall. They're also going to be looking at the grading and drainage in the area. They're going to select the appropriate materials for the wall and the appropriate construction methodologies. And then they're going to ensure with the general manager's office input and town input, neighbors particularly, to assure that the final design aligns with the park layout and any long-term maintenance issues. So it's very narrowly focused. It isn't about, this study is not about, and the design documents are not about changing the use of this park or anything inside of the park or any future development plans for this. It's very limited in scope. And I just also want to echo the gentleman who spoke earlier, who was in a butter to the park. He's spot on. This is only for the study, and so we will determine what the cost of that is, and then we will have to have a discussion about how that's funded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Ms. Homewood.
Debbie Homewood, District 3. This is a rock wall that was put up by farmers without heavy equipment. We have the best DPW anywhere. We have a town engineer. We have a tree czar. We have all the things we need to fix this wall. It doesn't need masonry if you keep it original. It's just supposed to be stacked. I have been beating this drum. I would love this wall to be restacked, but I don't think we need the $32,000 to do it. I've had this discussion with many people. It's a rock wall without masonry. We have a town engineer. We have every piece of equipment we have the best DPW anywhere. Every piece of equipment we could possibly need to repair this. I appreciate the town manager championing this because everybody talks about Shattuck Park. We all use it, but it's been doing this for a while, so somebody needed to put it forward, and Mr. Mizuko did that. I would like someone to champion this like Joe Greeley did with the Trails Committee and put a group together, and that was a roaring success. Shattuck Park needs a champion. And to Mr. Mizuko's credit, nobody's stepping up to do it, but I don't think we need the study. And you can tell me you're going to get all this stuff. We have all that right here in River City. That would be Norwood. That's my, and please don't use masonry. It's an antique wall.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sullivan, you've had your hand up. Who seconded that? All right, right there. All right, the question has been moved. 2/3 vote. All those in favor of moving the question say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All right, the question has been moved. We are voting on the motion, which is $32,280 for the Shattuck Park wall study. Open the vote. Ten seconds. This is a simple majority. Let's close the vote. Woo. Motion passes 81-75 with 5 abstentions. Thank God for electronic voting. All right, that takes us to motion 8. Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission moves, based upon the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, that $49,450 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund Reserve to be spent by the school department for the purpose of a school playground assessment and prioritization plan.
Mr. Slater seconding. On the motion, Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of this motion.
Ms. Walsh.
This project was supported by the CPC 601. This project is a revised project based on 2 applications that we received during the pre-application phase for 2 schools that submitted projects to redo their playgrounds. One came from the PTO and one came from the school committee or the school, the individual school. And we had a lot of discussions. The projects were full of merit, full of support. You know, a lot of research was done. And so the CPC felt like we were not in a position to make a prioritization or to make a decision about which project would go or which would not. And we were a little bit nervous about funding these two projects, whether we did it in 1 year or 2 years, without hearing input from the schools committee specifically. So we asked the proponents to get together. So there was a meeting between CPC, school, the PTO representatives, facilities, and recreation. And so what came out of that meeting is an assessment and a feasibility. And so historically, these school parks were done by PTOs, and that was probably like 20 years ago, and the technology was not sophisticated. The litigation was not very sophisticated at that point. And so quite honestly right now is you can't install a public park or a school park without a specific designer and specific playground equipment. So the costs have gone up significantly. And so this revised application will enable them to hire a playground expert that can come in and look at all of the school parks, look at the change in use that's happening for, you know, who the user is. Is it young kids? Is it older kids? And so what we will get out of that, or the school committee will get out of that, is a report on the conditions of each of the playgrounds, some potential cost estimates, and a prioritization that they work through with the school committee with input from the other impacted players.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Mr. McFarland, would you like to speak on this?
Yes. Peter McFarland, District 4, also a member of the Commission on Disabilities. We speak in favor of this motion for the study, but the thing about it is, as the Commission on Disability, we're not at the table when these things get decided or planned out. And the thing about it is now, you know, we have parents of kids that are in the school system, and they've talked to us about at meetings about the frustration of their child trying to use the equipment. And I know it's ADA compliant, but the problem is it's not compliant for, you know, individual needs of people that are in the community. So we just want to make sure that when this goes ahead, that the Commission on Disability has a representative at the beginning of the process, not just somebody that sits there and you know, we try to review a plan that's already been processed. You know, our members would like to have a voice that we can talk and give our input at the beginning of any type of project like this, anything that's viewed with the public. You know, we have frustrations with, you know, I just, an example, I'm going a little off this, but, you know, when parking lots get designed, people with disabilities can't access parking lots, can't get to stores. Most of them walk. You know, there's no walking plans for all these things. So it's, you know, this is just one example, and we just hope that, you know, we do get a chance to sit down and talk at the beginning of the process. And like I said, I'm in favor of all this. It's just what I'm just, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. All right, let's, Mr. Palmatier, you're getting up?
Yes. Brian Palmatier, District 8. When you said assess playground needs, I'm wondering, does that mean for existing playgrounds, or are they going to be look at needs of other places in town that don't have playgrounds where we might have them? I know, for example, several developments that have been done over the last 30 years or something have had to set aside something where a playground would be that was never built. Is this assessment going to be just assessing our existing ones for what needs to be changed?
It looks like, Mr. Palmatier, it's just about the school department, so it's a school playground assessment.
Got it.
So it would be
so
at
it's
the
existing
schools.
school playgrounds.
Yeah,
Got
it
it.
would be at the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Chris Little, District 5. Just a quick question. Are we taking into consideration the redistricting and what that might do to some of our elementary school special ed programs, whether some of those students need more adaptive equipment? Are we thinking about this with that coming up in the fall?
I think the answer is yes. Thank you. All right, let's put this to a vote. This is $49,450. for the purpose of a playground assessment and prioritization plan, school playground assessment and prioritization plan. Oh, I'm sorry, was on this? Yeah,
Am I able to speak before the vote, since I was waiting? Sorry.
I can't hear you.
I was waiting to speak. Is it possible to still do
Yeah,
that before
go
the
ahead.
vote? Perfect. Thank you. I'm Megan Mackmore, District 8. I am the Callahan PTA president, one of the co-presidents, and I was one of the people who brought one of the original requests to the CPC. I just wanted to say thank you for your careful consideration on this very important measure. I want to say that while we were working through this, it was personally a difficult decision to want to combine into one project between the two. It meant that any possible funding for the Callahan, which I worked very hard on this project, was going to be pushed off. But it was important that we did that because it's important that all children at all of our Norwood Public Schools have not just the educational needs that they need, but also the play needs that they need. Callahan has the smallest playground. It can only accommodate, my data says, less than 9% of the school, where the other schools can accommodate over 20%. But the other schools have old playgrounds. They're broken. They can't use them. And especially with the redistricting, we need to see where the playground facilities and where the funding can go. So I do think that this is very important that we have a prioritization list. And on behalf of the Callahan PTA, who put this forward, would be willing to wait our turn to make sure that this goes through. So I appreciate everybody's careful consideration, and I hope that you can support this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't think I missed anyone now. Now we'll open the vote. Voting is now open. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 140 to 19 with one abstention. That takes us to Article 12, Motion 9. Mr. Fleming.
Finance Commission moves, based upon the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, that $147,550 be appropriated from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund Reserve to be spent by the Department of Public Works and Recreation Department for the purpose of dugout shade structures and scoreboards at the Gene Brown and Cleveland School softball fields.
And Mr. Slater is seconding. Mr. Fleming on the motion.
Finance Commission voted unanimously to support this motion.
Ms. Walsh.
Great. This is a project co-sponsored by Norwood Softball and the DPW. And so just as Mr. Fleming indicated, it's the installation of 4 shade structures over the dugouts and 2 electronic scoreboards. And so this is really going to bring the women's softball program on parity with the boys' baseball programs. And as somebody who's melanin challenged, I am totally supportive of shade structures over the over these dugouts. You can see from the pictures that they're a little underwhelming. Also, it's important to note that there's going to be some in-kind funding that's coming from both the Norwood Softball and the DPW to help us prep the areas for this work. So I also want to mention that when I came in, there was about 20 gals from the softball team here, and so I'm sure it's past their bedtime, but they were here to support the project, so I just want to give a shout out to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Actually, I think we may have somebody out there. Is it?
Christian Ketchell from the lovely District 7 here in Norwood. I just want to give a special thank you to the people at the town clerk and at the Massachusetts State House for making this opportunity possible. I truly appreciate it. I like to talk about this as, someone who has played baseball before. In my opinion, I think this is a want rather than a need here in Norwood. And I think that since we had discussions about, Norwood Hospital, the override, and, about spending money towards the cannon and the wall, I just don't think this money should be spent towards the field and the scoreboard right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Anything else? All right. I don't see anyone. So let's, all right, let's go ahead and put this to a vote. It is 147,550 for the dugout shade structures and scoreboards at the Gene Brown and Cleveland School softball fields. Open the vote. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 121 to 31 with 4 abstentions. Okay, that is going to take us to Article 13. We have a series of citizens' petitions, and we're going to keep going. Yes, I do know what time it is, but I think it's important. I think we can finish today, and I also would hope that our town meeting members would stick around, because these are their fellow town meeting members who have put these citizens' petitions forward. Mr. Konecki, can you come to the front, because you have the first 6 articles. Mr. Konecki. And folks, please stick around. Max, is his mic on? Let's switch it out.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm Steve Konecki from District 4. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Do you actually give the motion first, Mr. Konecki, and then your explanation?
You mean describe the article?
It's right up there.
Okay. Madam Moderator, I move that this matter be referred to the Board of Selectmen for further study of possible town protections by fall town meeting. This article is intended, CPA funds, it's intended...
Oh, hold on, and Mr. Kirker, you're seconding? Is Mr. Kirker here? Yeah, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Konecki.
Okay, thank you. I'm new with motions, I'm sorry. This article is intended to ensure that the public retains a lasting and enforceable interest in property where CPA funds are used. I met with town council and the moderator and Mr. Mizuko beforehand, and I was told by town council that my article was stricter than state law allows, and the town can't have a law that's stricter than state law, therefore it was worded as not actionable. So rather than taking any action tonight, I believe it's appropriate to refer this to the Board of Selectmen for further study. Okay. So I move that this matter be referred to the Board of Selectmen for further study.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Konecki. We have 2 registered speakers. And I think, Mr. Lane, I see your hand up too. Mr. Afanos, do you want to speak on this, or are you passing? Okay, Mr. Afanos is passing. Patrick Ronan? And then Mr. Lane will go to you.
Hi, Pat Ronan, District 7. I'm against the motion that it could be studied. I don't know how do we dispose of it completely. I know that the motivation behind the article itself was the 20 Vernon Street project a couple years back. because that was a private owner. And we just found out last week that that project has received $8 million in state funding because of the CPA funding approved by this town meeting. So that's a 10-to-1 return on town meeting's vote to build a new home for 20 homeless veterans. So essentially, if what this is trying to do were to be passed, it would prevent future projects like from that happening. And I don't think that's a good idea.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ronan. Mr. Lane.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Matt Lane, District 4. The Board of Selectmen would like to make a motion to amend for indefinite postponement.
And who's seconding that? Mr. Donnelly is seconding that. Mr. Lane, on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. On the motion, according to advice from Town Council, the ownership requirement proposed in Article 13 would unlawfully restrict the Community Preservation Committee's authority to recommend CPA fund expenditures. Under the Community Preservation Act, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44B, the Community Preservation Committee is permitted to consider applications whenever it determines a grant will serve a public purpose. Furthermore, the Norwood Housing Authority, which has previously received CPA grants, has submitted a letter expressing opposition to this article that can be found on the town's website. Because the proposed change to Norwood's bylaws would conflict with state statute, the suggested study is unnecessary. We're saying that no information has been presented that demonstrates that the current CPA procedures leave the town unprotected. So the recommendation is for indefinite postponement.
All right. Mr. Brody. So there's now an amendment, and it has been seconded on the floor of indefinite postponement. Mr. Brody.
Steve Brody, District 4. No, I'm against the amendment that sometimes our Community Preservation Committee needs some very specific guidance. And funds for this community preservation should only be for in-town use, only for entities that are in Norwood, and we should not be supporting out-of-town ventures for their own profit. So please vote against the amendment, and I agree with the original motion. Thank you.
All right. Anything further? Seeing none? Mr. Hearn, you want to get up there? Go ahead.
Madam Moderator, David Hearn, District 4. The premise of some of the arguments for this seems to be that Norwood money should be used strictly in Norwood. And I can't think of anything that's more in Norwood than what we voted for a year and a half ago, I think it was, for the Vernon Street project. We voted to take people in, to provide housing for people who had served our community and our country, and that is part of this community. And to suggest that somehow or other we're spending money or that we have to protect the town against using money for that type of project, I think misses the mark and misses who we are or who we've been, and I hope will remain. This is I think, a solution, and I don't question the motives, but I think it's a solution in search of a problem. I don't think we need it. I think indefinite postponement is the appropriate route to take. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hearn. Mr. Plasko.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Bill Plasko, District 1. I also rise to speak in favor of the recommendation of indefinite postponement. I disagree with the reason given that the town cannot make their bylaws stricter. This is a strong home rule amendment state, and we certainly can as long as we don't come in conflict with the provisions of the law. However, I do support the motion to indefinitely postpone, because the purpose of this, as I understand it, is to put in protections that we don't spend the money on anything but Norwood. That's in the community preservation law now. And it's also part of the state's anti-aid amendment of the state constitution. DOI has allowed a little window opening there that money can go to outside individuals or entities, provided that what the money's going to is to provide a town service or have what's the word I want? Preservation type of restriction placed. And it comes back to this body. So no money's getting spent unless this body spends it. And the law already has significant restrictions on it. So I think there's no reason to study it. We should just decide the issue tonight and vote indefinite postponement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plasko. Ms. Taylor? Can you go to a mic, because I can't hear you?
Jean Ferrara Taylor, District 8. I would like to move the question, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Mr. Connolly is seconded. All right. Question has been moved. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. All right. This is a 2/3 vote. Favor of moving the question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. All right. We're going to be voting on the amendment now. So that's the first vote. That is the vote. The amendment by the Board of Selectmen for indefinite postponement. Let's open the vote. Ten seconds. Close the vote. All right, the amendment passes 131 to 21. That now becomes the main motion. Anything further? All right, let's put that to a vote, and the vote is for indefinite postponement. All those in favor say, I'm going to actually just do a vote, a bit of verbal on this. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All right, motion passes. That takes us to Article 14. Mr. Knietche. Reuse of appropriated funds.
Yes, reuse of appropriated funds. Madam Moderator, I move that this article be indefinitely postponed. This article was intended to ensure clarity and transparency around the use of appropriated funds, but I understand with my discussions with Town Council that this is already governed by state law and therefore is unnecessary.
All right, and Mr. Kirker, you're seconding this? Thank you. And Mr. O'Neill can confirm that that is in fact the case, that the only way that funds can be reappropriated would be coming back to this body. So anything further? Seeing none, indefinite postponement. Let's try another voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. All right, motion carries. Mr. Knietche, that takes us to Article 15.
Article 15. The motion is, Madam Moderator, I move that this article be referred to the Planning Board for further study and report back on further action by fall town meeting. This petition proposes the removal of certain parking waivers provisions from the zoning bylaw. During its review, the Planning Board raised concerns about the scope of this proposal, which also expressed a willingness to work collaboratively to refine the approach. In light of that feedback, I believe it's appropriate to take the time to work through these issues carefully and develop language that achieves the intended clarity while fitting cohesively within the bylaw.
All right, thank you, Mr. Knietche. Ms. Homewood, you have a report by the Planning Board on any of these zoning bylaw articles. We also need to have a report by the Planning Board?
Do you want me to read them all?
No, I want you to read this one.
Just this one? Okay. Do I have to read all the stuff before it?
We're on 15.
Just the thing, okay. The hearing was open on April 13th. Debbie Homewood, District 3, Planning Board Clerk. A hearing was open on April 13th, 2026, at which time the lead petitioner introduced a petition article. The lead petitioner described their intent to submit a motion to town meeting requesting to refer the article to the planning board for further study. One member of the public offered comment. The board deliberated. The hearing was closed and the board moved to vote. The board voted 5-0 to recommend the town meeting refer the article to the planning board for further study.
All right.
The next one, and I'll read the next one.
Thank you, Ms. Homewood. So this is, the planning board agrees with Mr. Kenichi's motion. Anything further? Seeing none, let's put it to a vote, and I will use electronic voting on this. And this is referring to the planning board for further study and to report back action by fall town meeting. Let's open the vote. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion carries 108 to 29 with 8 abstentions. That takes us to Article 16. Mr. Kenichi, this is on apartment tax equity.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I move that this matter be referred to the Board of Selectmen for further study and recommendation by fall town meeting. This petition sought to increase the tax levy by reclassifying large apartment buildings as commercial. Under Norwood's current structure, most of the tax levy is paid by residential properties, with a smaller share paid by commercial. Reclassification would not increase the levy, but it raises important questions about how that levy is distributed and how income-producing properties are treated within our tax system. For that reason, this matter warrants further study.
All right, and Mr. Kirker is seconded. And Ms. Homewood, this is not a zoning article, so.
You got a couple?
No?
No. All right. We do have some registered speakers. Mr. Alfano, so you're passing. So, Mr. Drake?
Bob Drake, District 3. I'd like to speak in opposition to this because this, in effect, establishes a higher rate of tax for apartment dwellers, rather than paying, the same residential rate through rent. So, in fact, if you rent, all of your expenses, like water, sewer, and property tax, are paid along as part of your rent. So, if this were to pass, this means that apartment dwellers would be paying, a commercial tax rate and a much higher rate than residential tax rates. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Drake. Just to clarify, Mr. Kenichi's motion is to have it referred to the Board of Selectmen for further study, so that's what we're debating. Ms. Hested.
Yes, hi, Elizabeth Hested, District 7. Similar to the CPA one, I don't think that this is worthwhile to send back to the board because we are talking about putting a commercial tax rate on residential buildings. I am curious, through you, Madam Moderator, why, so I read it was four units. Is that, why? What's the difference between a leasing company and someone who owns 20 properties through the town that are all two-family?
Mr. Kenichi, you want to take that?
Yeah, this is, the intent of this was to affect only large apartment buildings, and the way they're categorized it fell into the bucket either less than or more than 4 units in a building. So this is 4 units in a building or more, not 4 units spread across the town, but in a building.
Yeah, but why?
Well, because that's the definition of a large apartment building. It's affecting large apartment buildings, not small apartment buildings.
Okay, but you're trying to...
Is there a follow-up, Ms. Hester?
No follow-up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lane, did you have your hand up on this?
Matt Lane, District 4. Motion to amend made by the Board of Selectmen for indefinite postponement.
And Mr. Donnelly is seconding. Mr. Lane or Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm going to let Mr. Donnelly take this one.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The article seeks to request that the Select Board file a petition with the General Court for a special act of the legislature. There are several reasons the Board has voted to oppose this particular article. On legislative action, multifamily residential buildings of 4 or more units are classified as residential properties, consistent with state law. I'm not aware of any municipality that's taxed such residential properties at the commercial rate, which is more than twice the residential rate. The odds of our state legislature voting to allow Norwood to carve out an exemption from the current state statutes is very, very unlikely. You only need to look at the City of Boston's failure at the State House level and also at the City Council level to enact similar legislation. We have to remember that the City of Boston, unlike Norwood, has 20 representatives, senators and representatives at the State House, and yet they were not able to enact similar legislation. It also has an impact to small residential properties. This proposal would increase the tax burden of owners of multifamily complexes as small as a 4-unit building. And taxing development of 4 to 12-unit buildings, for example, at the commercial rate will result in those smaller developments being shelved. They won't go forward. While large-scale development will likely continue to grow. As it was pointed out earlier by another speaker, there is an impact to residents who rent in Norwood. They represent about 48% of town residents, and people who rent pay rent that helps to support the operating expenses of landlords. And part of those operating expenses includes the taxation that is imposed on a developer, a homeowner, a complex owner. There are some estimates that taxes could be as much as 30% of multifamily residents. So shifting the tax burden onto these owners will very likely be passed on to residents who already pay rent in one of the more expensive rental markets in eastern Massachusetts, here in Norwood. So again, I will conclude that we have to remember that there are about 48% of our Norwood residents do rent, and this proposal, if enacted by the legislature, which is unlikely, but if it should be enacted, would make Norwood a more unaffordable community to many. So, Madam Moderator, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Anything further on the amendment? Mr. Lynch?
Ed Lynch, District 7. I appreciate the effort of trying to look for extra funds in some capacity. We need revenue streams here to help support the schools, the safety, and the town in general, other than, overrides and upcoming overrides. So I didn't know if this motion, you want to go with the commercial rate. My question is, could you change this, make a motion to change it to somewhere in between the residential and the commercial? Because the developers and the owners of these larger projects, I'm saying, not, 4 to 6 houses, small apartment buildings, because the planning board just recently passed what they call a 10-year comprehensive plan, and in that includes what they call a bonus of some type. So they give a large percentage of the project back. Like if it's a fifth floor, they give them the whole floor if they comply with the proper drainage and the proper, they comply by the bylaws, from what I understood. So it's just inconsistent, because the town of Norwood's paying those. It's almost like seems to me it's like a kickback. I don't understand how that can happen. None of these other towns have this bonus for these developers through the planning board where we're on this, talking about potential apartments, fundraising, whatever it is. Thank you.
All right.
That's my question. Could you make it somewhere in between, is my question.
Looks like Mr. Donnelly is raising his hand to answer that one.
To answer the question, I'll defer to Mr. DeLuca, our town council, but I'm not aware that the state statute allows for anything in between a commercial and a residential rate.
No, and Mr. DeLuca, our town council, is saying the same thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Sunumi?
Kelly Numi, District 5, move the question.
All right, Mr. Connolly seconded. Question has been moved. This is going to be, we're moving the question on voting on the amendment. We're just moving to vote on we're just voting on the move the question. I'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All right, that passes. That's clearly a 2/3 majority. That takes us to the amendment from the Board of Selectmen, which is indefinite postponement. Let's open the vote on that. The vote is open. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. The amendment passes 121 to 25 with one abstention. That becomes the main motion. I'm going to do a voice vote on this because I think it's going to probably be fairly the same. All in favor of the motion on indefinite postponement, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries. All right, Mr. Kenichi, that takes us to Article 17, and this is on residential exemption.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Madam Moderator, I move that this matter be referred to the Board of Selectmen for further study and recommendation by fall town meeting. This article would provide tax relief to owner-occupied homes by reducing the taxable portion of their assessed value while shifting a portion of that burden to non-owner-occupied properties such as investments and rental properties. The exemption does not change assessments. It changes how the tax burden is distributed. That is a policy choice about fairness, and one that many Massachusetts communities have adopted. However, we do not yet have the data needed to fully understand how this would impact Norwood and how it would impact our individual tax bills. Rather than make a decision without that information, I believe the appropriate next step is to have this proposal studied in detail, including a clear analysis of how it would affect taxpayers. For that reason, I move to refer this matter for further study.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kenichi. And Mr. Rafanos, are you passing on this one? Yeah, okay. Anything further? This is to refer to the selectmen for further study. This one is, there could be unintended consequences, which is why it really does, the data is important to look at. All right, we're going to put it to a vote, seeing no questions. Let's open the vote. And this is referring to the Board of Selectmen for further study and recommendation by fall town meeting. Simple majority. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 98-46 with 3 abstentions. All right, Article 18, once again, Mr. Kenichi and Ms. Homewood be on the ready.
Madam Moderator, thank you. I move that this article be referred to the Planning Board for further study and report back on further action by fall town meeting. This article addresses a lack of clarity in our zoning laws related to parking, which has led to confusion in development rules, inconsistent interpretation, and unintended outcomes. The petition defines key terms, including parking space, lift parking, stacked parking, and tandem parking. During review, the Planning Board raised concerns about the language, while also expressing a willingness to work collaboratively to refine the wording so it fits properly within the bylaw. Based on that, I believe it's most productive to move forward is to continue that collaborative process and bring it to a fully vetted and well-crafted proposal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kenichi. Mr. Kirker again is seconding Ms. Homewood with the Planning Board report.
The hearing was opened on April 13th, 2026, at which time the lead petitioner introduced a petition article. The lead petitioner described their intent to submit a motion to town meeting requesting to refer the article to Planning Board for further study. 2 members of the public offered comment. The board deliberated, the hearing was closed, and the board moved to vote. The board voted 5-0 to recommend the town meeting refer the article to the Planning Board for further study.
Awesome. So Ms. Homewood, Planning Board agrees with the motion. All right. Anything further on this? All right. Seeing none, let's put this to a vote. And again, we'll do this electronically. Let's open the vote. This is referring it to the Planning Board for further study. The voting is open. Ten seconds. Let's close the vote. Motion passes 120-24 with 2 abstentions. Thank you, Mr. Kenichi. Can we get a microphone? Kevin, can you get a microphone to Ms. Howard? In the meantime, I just want to say that trying to do a citizen's petition is a very, very difficult process. All the petitioners should be commended for taking that up. It is absolutely, it isn't easy, and it's the best part of civic responsibility. So hopefully you're seeing some good results from this, especially with the Planning Board willing to take on a lot of what has been recommended to them. All right, with that, it is Article 19, and we have Ms. Howard.
Judith Howard, District 3. Town meeting members brought forth the citizens' petition in order to rescind the zoning bylaw pertaining to the density bonus floor.
Excuse me, Ms. Howard.
Yes.
You are making a motion that this article be referred to the Planning Board for further study and to report back by, so the motion is there. And who's seconding?
Anne Marie. Haley.
Ann is, okay, Ann Haley is seconded.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Howe.
Should I read the citizens petition? Okay, because my speech will explain it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. To rescind the zoning bylaw pertaining to the density bonus floor in the various overlay districts in Norwood in exchange for so-called community benefits. The reason was that at well-attended public hearings, it was evident that Norwood residents were seeking relief from applications by developers because their projects are incompatible with their surrounding neighborhoods. For more density, the benefits discussed by the developers included stormwater management and roofing materials, which were helpful to the developer, but not the town. However, Norwood already has a separate bylaw for stormwater management, and contractors are required by Massachusetts state law to use specific materials for roofs today on commercial buildings. This density bonus floor might be restricted to buildings on Route 1, but not the entire Boston Providence Highway. One example is Cross Point or Telco, located at 63-65 Manhattan Street. Can you imagine a building 4 or 5 stories right here at the gateway to Norwood Center from Route 1 in such close proximity and quite visible to the single-family homes on Coolidge, Winfield, and State Streets? No community benefits were discussed for the density bonus floor, like assisting the town in acquiring a new fire truck or a new ambulance or a new police car, a new school bus, or even to contribute to the beautification of the Washington Street corridor or Route 1. As one can see from their website rendition of FM Global headquarters, it really looks beautiful with much green space. But that 5-story building is on Route 1, away from any residential district. Developers come to Norwood to build their complexes, but then go back to their bucolic towns to live. Unlike Norwood's original developers, who not only built their mills, printing presses, and other businesses here, they built their beautiful homes and had their families here. They were our town fathers. They also were philanthropists. By donating land they owned to help build the town, including but not limited to the Morrill Memorial Library, St. Gabriel's Chapel and Highland Cemetery, the land at Norwood High School, and this land on which this new school was built. This once was Endine Farm. Home ownership should be encouraged. Large commercial businesses should be built on available land on Route 1. Density bonus floors could be restricted in the designs of these business entities on Route 1, but not in the entire Boston Providence overlay district, because what would stop a developer from building an additional floor or two? Norwood is smaller in size than surrounding towns, only 10.54 square miles, and yet it is larger in density of population at more than 30,000. And while it has been mentioned several times that it does not affect the schools or public services, that is not the case, because Norwood taxpayers just built 2 new schools, a new DPW, and there is the upcoming public safety override due to the loss of the Norwood Hospital and the increase in services by police and fire departments. Pertaining to our town center, designs for Norwood Center were not aesthetically pleasing. Many buildings are not owned by locals. If owners had pride in their buildings, they would really make sure their
Ms. Howard,
buildings...
can you wrap it up, please?
I am. This is the last thing.
Wrap it up, because you're going off topic, so please finish up.
But town center, they've wanted to put an extra
This is
bonus.
Go ahead.
Many buildings are not owned by locals. If owners had pride in their building, they would really make sure their buildings are filled with businesses now, so aesthetically pleasing to complement our town's exquisite town hall and civic center. There is something special about our town, for sure. It begins with its people, but also one of the reasons that people come to Norwood is our beautiful town and town hall and town square. However, according to town officials and town council, the citizen petition is too general. In a recent meeting, their recommendation was that it comes before town meeting with the intent to send it back to the planning board for further study and fine-tune it in order to bring it back in the fall to town meeting for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Ms. Homewood, Planning Board.
A hearing was opened on April 13th, 2026, at which time the lead petitioner introduced a petition article. The lead petitioner described their intent to submit a motion to town meeting requesting to refer the article to the planning board for further study. 3 members of the public offered comment. The board deliberated. The hearing was closed, and the board moved to vote. The board voted 5-0 to recommend that town meeting refer the article back to the planning board for further study.
All right, so you're in agreement with Ms. Howard's motion?
Yes, we did.
All right, let's put this to a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Ms. Howard, Article 20, and I believe your motion is referring it to the planning board for further study and report back by fall town meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct, and Anne Marie seconded it.
And Ann Haley is seconding. Okay. Anything on this motion?
No. I am sorry, that is incorrect. I would like to have that, just to go back to establish the parking thing, and just to have it to go to Route 1. But it'll go back to the planning board for fall town meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Howard. Ms. Homewood, Planning Board report.
Judith Howard, limited and restricted tandem parking. The hearing was opened on April 13th, 2026, at which time the lead petitioner introduced the petition article. The lead petitioner described their intent to submit a motion to town meeting requesting to refer the article to the planning board for further study. 2 members of the public offered comment. The board deliberated. The hearing was closed, and the board moved to vote. The board voted 5-0 to recommend that town meeting refer the article back to the planning board for further study.
All right. And again, the planning board and Ms. Howard agree. Let's take a verbal vote on this. All those in favor of referring it back to the planning board for further action, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. All right. That takes us to Article 21. Ms. Homewood, stay close by. The motion here is going to be for indefinite postponement. Ms. Ladani sent that to us. Mrs. Haley, would you mind seconding that? Super. The reason behind this is because town meeting does not have the authority to do anything with zoning ZBA rules and regulations. That's not governed by town meeting. Ms. Homewood, the report by the planning board very quickly.
Ms. Ladani, repetitive petitions. The hearing was opened on April 13th. The lead petitioner was not in attendance. No member of the public offered comments. The board deliberated. The hearing was closed by the board, and the board moved to vote. The board voted 5-0 to recommend the town meeting dispose of the article on the basis the town meeting does not have the authority to amend the ZBA rules and regulations as proposed in the article. I have one more thing, may I? Madam Moderator?
Go ahead.
These are citizen petitions. They worked really hard at this. We spent a lot of time and effort on this. They spent a lot of time and effort on it. I think that it's great, and I want them to stay with us. And they raised a lot of really good points that we might not have seen or understood. So I just encourage you all to come to any meetings and help us as boards to make the best decisions. Remember, our commercial landowners are not the enemy. They're not the enemy. But we have to give them rules for them and us that makes it clear. So I think these citizen petitions will help us do just that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's on the motion, which is indefinite postponement. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All right. Mr. Connolly, well, I'm not going to put Mr. Connolly out of business. It's late. I want to thank everyone who participated in making this a very successful town meeting. I'm not going to list everybody. You know who they are. Most of all, thank you all for sticking with us. Mr. Connolly? Mr. Plasko, are you seconding? Mr. Plasko is seconding. I don't think he heard me. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. All right, thank you.